Uh-oh, I'm hearing Mike Harney. So Adam, you can kind of do what you need to do. So anyway, but that was Ripple Effect, and Elaine and I will be doing an audio commentary on it very soon. And if you want to get a downloadable copy, we're going to be launching a Kickstarter campaign in the next few days, and you'll be able to get downloadable copies of that and
So if
Ripple
you like what's
Effect.
going
I
on, be
mean,
part
and
of it.
Redemption,
Yay.
yay! And there's our Mark Zigby Patreon page, and there's
Huh?
PayPal. You can fling money our way. It's much appreciated, and it helps us make Space Command. So now we're going to have Michael Harney and Ethan McDowell talk, and we'll be asking them questions because they play father and son, Jack Kemmer and his father, Anson Kemmer, who's named after Robert Anson Heinlein. So that's the story.
And they've been with us from the beginning.
Well, yes, they have.
Yeah.
So great. So Adam, are you there? Can you bring them aboard? I guess.
Hello, Adam.
There we go.
Yay.
Okay, that's you're sideways. You're sideways. Oh no, that's interesting.
Yes, Captain Jack sideways.
Oh, that's there.
That's
good. That's good. Hi, Ethan.
Hi.
Hi, there you are. And you're wearing the outfit from Aliens that we bought.
Yeah. I figured it's very fitting.
Great. Yes. That's great. Yeah, we bought a salvage uniform that's used in the beginning of Aliens, and Ethan wears it proudly. Okay. There we go. Now we can see.
Is that better?
You're good. Yeah. Much better.
Thanks.
And I guess they're bringing Mike Harney aboard momentarily.
Mike there?
I guess Adam will.
Okay.
Well, you're bearded and mustached. Oh my.
Hi.
Yeah. And becoming a man slowly but surely.
Space Command has aged you. So
that's right.
How are you doing, Ethan?
Well, happy anniversary, guys. How are you guys?
Thank you very much. It's great to have Elaine. She's the secret sauce. No. But so here we are. And getting ready to do a lot more. And people are telling me how much they love you in Doom Patrol. So congratulations.
All right. Yeah. A little bit different character than Jack Kemmer, but yeah.
There's something that some actors have called range. Yeah. So.
All right. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Mine's about this big, but I'll take every little inch I got.
Yeah. Well, Well, we won't. So okay.
So you come from the beginning when we had the talent hunt,
the worldwide talent search. And we're going to talk about that.
Hey guys, how about I bring in Mike Harney?
Yes, absolutely.
Please, yes.
Absolutely. So there you wait.
You're welcome. I'll talk to you later.
There we go. Hi. Yay. Life is good. Life is good. Good to see both of you. Now. Yeah. So now one of the whole ideas with Space Command from the very beginning was that it would tell a generational story. So it would be the parents and the kids and the grandkids and the great grandkids and the great great grandkids over 180 years. And
there's nothing like family to screw you up.
Right.
Yeah, but essentially, I thought it would be great, Ethan, to have Mike play your dad. And so we shot those scenes way back when, in the dawn of time, with the two of you in the Bugatti that my dad built. And now we have
Mike was my age when we shot it, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, it's been a while. And but then also I had the idea of doing the prequel, and we did the audio play and then the graphic novel, so that Mike could play a 30-year earlier version of Anson when he meets Anoka Chandimal, who he marries and thus becomes you. And so but I think that this Ripple Effect gave us a great opportunity to really show a very interesting relationship with you guys and pay it off in a very interesting way. And Ethan, you not only shot that scene, but you're part of it, but you actually edited it as well. So I think it's
right.
I think it's a beautiful scene with the two of you and the back and forth. And so I don't know if you guys would like to talk about it or doing the scene, but please just jump in and that'd be great.
Good to see you, Mike. How are you?
Good, man. Good too. And hi, everybody out there, whoever's out there.
Yeah, the fans.
It was great doing that scene. It was, it was in the middle of the pandemic. We were in the heart of it at that time.
Yeah, still are.
And I was up to my eyeballs in alligators at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But it was great drawing on the relationship that you and I have, Ethan, that we've developed over this time that we've been working on this, and just trying to make some art out of it.
Mhm.
You know, with
Yeah.
for my dear friends Mark and Elaine.
Mhm.
Great, you know,
Yeah, I feel like it
dig
was.
the whole- I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
No, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
I really dig the whole generational thing, and how it really shows the chronological progression of
Yeah.
life and how things work out and why certain things happen and how people come to themselves. My speech was basically about, coming to myself in a very authentic way.
Yeah. Well, you do a beautiful job of it, and it's fun because we also have an earlier part in that episode where we see the 30 years earlier you snagging a comet, this thing that brackets the Neil deGrasse Tyson footage, which is so it's been very fun piecing this together from all sorts of places and all sorts of ways of doing things. But particularly, I loved the fact that your character Mike is. Really saying something that's probably the hardest thing he's ever had to say to anyone, you
Right.
know, and that's so terrific. And I really loved it, and you do such a spectacular job of it. And then Ethan, I loved your reactions. I think that they were very, very subtle and wonderful. And the fact that we have that during the search for Laura and her sister, and so there's that tension under what both of you were saying, because there's the chance that they'll be fine or the chance they won't be fine, and we don't pay that off until after this scene. And I really like that it happens right there in that doubt, of how things are going to go.
Yeah,
So
just to kind of build on the doubt of it a little bit. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, we had a little note here. If you could speak a little louder,
Mike, you mean?
Mike.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Mike, yeah,
Yeah.
or maybe just
How's
Mike.
that?
That's great.
That's
That's
great.
great, and it really shows that Barrymore profile, the forward view of it.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
so
well,
okay.
one of the things that I think we both find exciting is how people who are damaged can work through damage toward each other,
Yes,
and have the courage to do that.
and it doesn't mean that the father and son are ever going to be at ease with each other exactly. There's always going to be that feeling of rubbing up against each other, but they also have had a chance to look inside each other's hearts. Or particularly Mike has opened himself up in a way that's extremely, extremely difficult. And so that when you guys get together, you're not going to be talking about this conversation. You'll just remember it and know it.
Yeah.
But
No,
if you do,
yeah, it never
yeah,
happened. Yeah.
right. And if you do drive up the coast in the Bugatti, it's basically there'll be a lot of silences. It's not going to,
Yeah. Yeah.
you're not going to go get corn dogs or whatever. But the
But we've also heard from a lot of father sons where the relationship really improves when the son no longer needs the true father relationship, when they don't need to be taken care of, and can just become people and people,
yeah,
and they don't have those incredible expectations we have of parent figures.
yeah. But I'm Jack's dad is very much based on my dad, and that so there's a lot of that. So I really understand that kind of guy. And but then it's really fun because then we can see how Jack is as a dad, and then we see that despite his best efforts, he still fucks it up. And and then Jack, when he becomes J.G. Hertzler, gets to be a lousy father to Frank, but a very good grandfather to Matt. So it's just fascinating, all these twists and turns, and so I love being able to really take the long view, because we even see how Anson meets Anoka back in the war in Sri Lanka and falls for her, and she saves his life. So it's just this really interesting span.
Yeah. The beginning of it all.
Yeah.
So were there any conversations that really made a big difference between the two of you in terms of the way that you
In
approach
terms
the
of prepping
material?
for the scene?
I think that just my sense of Ethan, and I always think of you like Gary Cooper, Ethan.
Mm.
You remind me of Gary
Thank you.
Cooper.
Yeah, but alive. And
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
And I think it's great that you're able to achieve all of the amazing things that you've achieved in your position, despite being ridden the way you were by me.
Mm. Mm.
In
Yeah.
the imaginative world of this wonderful creation.
Mm. Thanks.
So Yeah, I mean, I just worked instinct, when you guys called me, it was just really working off of my experience of Ethan, my
Yeah.
experience of both of you. That's how that went.
Well, it's fun in this episode because it's during the pandemic, we have a chance for people really to talk more and have those monologues that normally in a regular way of doing things you wouldn't tend to have. You never have an episode like this really, but the pandemic has allowed us that great opportunity and that great gift, and we see so many of our actors really knocking it out of the park, and it's really fun. And
Well, just the building of the backstory, I think that's
Yeah.
what makes that fun, because those scenes, it kind of wrenches the heart a little bit. That's why when shooting the scene for this one, it's interesting to kind of be excited to see what Mike's going to bring to the table,
Yeah.
because it's always great. So it was just really interesting to, I guess, when preparing for it, you just kind of think about it, and
Yeah.
just kind of what Mike's saying, you just go off of kind of what you feel and dive in. And then
Yeah.
when I got to see it put together, it's hard not to tear up. I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh man,
It's great. It's
nailed it.
great. Yeah, we
Yeah,
love
it
it.
was wonderful. Nice
Yeah.
work,
No,
man.
I mean, and it's fascinating, the casting process, because and we'll get into this more when we have the little thing with David Raiklen, Ethan, but the
Yep.
fact that that we had a worldwide talent search and 7,000 inquiries, 1,200 videos for the Bradbury and Jack Cameron roles, and you and Brian won, and and so that's, but when you talk about Gary Cooper, Mike, I very much had in mind a kind of hero you don't see anymore, which is the kind of Gary Cooper, Jimmy Stewart, Henry Fonda kind of
person.
actor who has this core of decency and comes from the heartland. And of course,
Yeah, we
Ethan,
had
you're
to go
from
to,
Wyoming,
we have to go to the damn heartland.
Yes, yes, and well, you're from Wyoming, and Brian's from Iowa/Indiana, and but it really comes
Nebraska.
through. What's that core of decency? And I'm very interested in the different kinds of heroes. So, for instance, your character's a hero, but then Anson is a hero too, but a much harder kind of guy. Like when he says, "I only see things in black and white," that's absolutely true.
Right.
And so then when we get down to Matt Kemmer, Aaron Gaffey, who finally gets to put on the uniform after all these years of
Yeah,
dangling
he
that
looks
possible.
sharp. He wears
He
it
looks
well. He
good.
wears it well.
Yeah,
He
but then
does.
Elaine had that idea of him being, and by the way, again, I've said this earlier, I think in the day, but Elaine and I really wrote this together, and some scenes were more me, and some scenes were more her, and we really worked on,
wrote each other,
But any scene that has people who really curse a lot, that's Elaine. That's definitely Elaine.
Elaine
So-
is a child of the 60s. I
Yeah.
don't know what to
Under
say.
the
someone's-
bus. Under the bus.
If someone's calling someone an asshole or or shit for brains or whatever, that's definitely Elaine. And so but this is great. So but Mike, I love the scene, the way you do it, and again with the way Ethan is reacting to it, because again it goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And my family had that tradition of at Thanksgiving of pulling out a little notebook and writing in it about what we're grateful for. And so that's a family tradition on my mom's side actually. And so it's really fun to see, because the thing that's so fun about that monologue is, okay, where is this going? And we don't know until the very end, where it's like, oh man. So that's really great. And you believe every moment of it. And
So Mike, when you were doing the scene, was it scary for you? Emotionally scary?
For me,
yeah.
Yes. Well, as
uh,
that character.
yeah, I had a hard time accessing the life. That's part of the reason why it took me so long, because there was so much going on for me personally at that time.
Yes.
Called me,
Mhm.
so I didn't want to compromise the work, and I wanted to keep doing it until I felt like it was ready to, I had enough ammunition to fire.
Great. That's great. Well, you certainly did a great job. And Ethan, I love the fact it was really interesting to see you do the reactions and have that scene all buttoned down before we put Mike in it. And so your instincts were
Right.
very, very good in terms of reaction. And I love when Brian says, that you got a message from your dad, and that expression of like, oh fuck, it's like,
Here we go.
yeah, really, really like, oh, well, back to the rodeo. But it's like, being dragged under the truck.
I just want to say something, if I can interject.
Sure.
Sure.
I just want to acknowledge both Mark and Elaine for doing what you're doing. This is an insurmountable amount of work that they're doing. This is, I think it's unprecedented, really. Not only in the science fiction world, but I think in production, pretty much across the board. I would think.
Yeah.
Especially because of the technical parameters within which you have to work. And I'm not saying this to kiss your ass. I'm saying it because I know from being in the game for so long.
Yes.
Yeah. It takes a lot, and my hat's off to you.
Thank you. Well, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. I mean, for me, it's such an honor to be able to work with you guys. I mean, it's just a thrill. And but yes, but I think that the fact that Elaine and I were working in TV for like 30 years before Space Command gave us the knowledge of so many tricks of the trade. Where, you know, so when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, I saw it as this huge opportunity because everyone was stuck at home, and I realized that we could shoot in a very, very different way, but still deliver something really interesting. And because I've been walking around for several years with the entire season of the show in my head and beyond, it's like I was very eager because you know, for me, going deeper into these characters was wonderful. It wasn't difficult. It was just, you know.
The one thing
Yeah.
that it offered, like in novels, where you could create subtext as text.
Yeah, sure.
And instead of just saying, well, here's the subtext, here's the subtext, you actually be able to give voice to the subtext.
Yeah.
And so that was like exciting and freeing. You know, it was really, really nice. Because normally you have to be a boring novelist to do that.
Yeah, and but also it's neat because we see, you know, your dad talking to you, then we see, you know, what happens with Laura, and then you have to make that tape telling your son about what his mom was like, and then later in the episode we see him 20 years later saying, well, I just watched the tape again. I watched it every year on my birthday, and I wonder what she would have been. Would she have been fighting alongside of us, or would she have had more kids, or we'll never know that. And so it's very fun, that whole you know, arc of love and grief.
Yeah.
You know, that's part of every person's life, if they, you know, unless they're so locked down that they don't care about anyone, which is you know, not a life. You know, so
well, that's why I like the title of Ripple Effect too. I think
yes.
that it's a perfect title because it really is I think each moment throughout Ripple Effect is exactly when that person was affected by the previous thing that was just like
Yes.
revealed to us. I think it's kind of interesting because it just builds that foundation of the family.
Yeah, well,
And
Elaine came up with that title. I was going to call it "Get a Load of This," you know. So, you know,
50-50 chance.
Yeah, yeah. But now, Adam, do we have any questions for Ethan and Mike, or any? He's kind of moderating this, so.
I mean, everybody's just so captivated by your conversation.
Yeah, well, that's we do that. So now also, Ethan and Mike, you also know about the Showrunners Network and the fact that I'm creating more opportunities for all of us to have fun and adventures. And Mike, of course, you're the lead in Sweet Haven, which is the show I'm creating with Rockney O'Bannon. So I've finished the script. I have just a few more tweaks, and then we're going to do a Zoom table read of it with Barbara Bain and Mira Furlan and Bob Picardo and, you know, George Takei and so forth. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And Ethan, definitely, you know, we're going to do a lot more together in Space Command and beyond, you know. So well, it's
I do have a question for Mike.
Right.
From Xena is Lucy, who asks, who says, great job on Orange is the New Black. Have you ever been as outnumbered with females as you were on that cast? How does that change the working relationships or set?
You know, I didn't really feel that wasn't really on my scope or my radar. It's just I got.
Mike, can you? Oh, sorry, Mike.
Can you move a little closer to the mic? Yeah.
I didn't really feel that. That wasn't a consideration of mine. For me, I got the opportunity to work with really wonderful artists. The casting on that show and the writing on that show was so good. I just felt that, you know, privileged to be part of the work every day. I was glad that we addressed marginalized communities. I was glad and very proud, and still am, to be part of a show that was run by women and had the majority of cast members being women, because I know what women have suffered over the years in our industry. So that's the answer to my
Mm.
question.
Cool. That's great.
You know, for both of you, the life of an actor is one of the most difficult, you know, outside of ditch digging.
Yeah.
But I was
Chain
wondering,
gang.
chain gang, yeah. But what brought you both to dedicating yourself to that particular art? Just, you know, Mike, starting with you, what brought you to
Acting.
acting and made you stick with it?
Well, I was going to be a priest years ago, and that's what I thought I was going to do. But I kind of happened on acting by accident. I was doing a lot of social research at the time, as my friend David always says. So I was not clean and not sober, and so I just said I want to take a. I wound up in the wrong university studying sociological theory when I had just done 2 years of it, hands-on volunteer work for prison reform and civil rights. And then I'm in a classroom studying, and I was going out of my mind. I was ready to blow my brains out. So I took an acting class, and I wound up with a guy from the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art who was at Geneseo State University, retired with his wife. And I did 7 shows back to back, and that's how that happened. It happened by accident.
Mm.
I still don't know.
It's a good accident to have, Mike. It's a good accident
Yeah.
to have.
Accident. I always think I'm just lucky, you know.
Mm.
A lot of good people out there.
Mm-hmm. And Ethan, how did you find this?
For me, it never really seemed like a reality. I didn't think, because I was growing up in a small town in Wyoming, so it's, you know, I would just watch movies and TV and all of that. And I just, in high school, we had, in my English class, we had to do a book report. And my group of buddies, we said, well, hey, instead of a book report, could we make a short film? So my teacher was willing enough to LB Kummerfeld, my English teacher back in the day, just a quick shout out to her, but she said she actually trusted us hooligans to go out with a random video camera and make a movie. So from doing that, it was funny to see just, it was nothing but fun. We just were laughing, and the film was terrible, and it didn't matter because we were just laughing and having fun. And
Yeah.
it just slowly progressed from there. So just kind of the idea of like having a taste of something that was so enjoyable, I wanted to try to get it. But even through high school, I didn't really, I didn't take any acting or anything like that. Through college, I got a bachelor's degree of kinesiology, so it was never a focus.
Mm-hmm.
I took a beginning acting class in college as like an elective. And moved out to LA, and I was living with my grandmother at the time, and a friend of hers was doing a play. And through that play, I was just a stagehand. So I was like moving a coat rack and a bench around. I didn't even know what that was. And some lady in the crowd there said, hey, do you want to be in my play? I need a waiter and a cop for Guys and Dolls. I said, yeah, okay, sure. And I went there, joined that play, and that's where I met my wife. So
Wow.
it's
There
kind
you
of crazy.
go.
Yeah. But
Wow.
yeah, and then from there, I mean, my wife Athena is an actor as well. So we just decided to make it a reality and just keep pushing forward. And then just like Mike says, it's just all about just get real lucky. You get lucky and keep pushing forward.
Wow.
And you meet people like you two, and changes everything. So
Yeah, we're
Speaking of
oddballs.
changes, that actually ties into this next question I have for Ethan from Donald 3456, who says, Ethan, how has your life changed since winning the starring role on Space Command?
Wow. It's changed a whole bunch. It really, really has, and that's why I'll forever be grateful, guys, for getting me involved in this. Just again, you know, being just a kid in Wyoming, sending in a tape to a random possibility of being a space captain, and they, you know, they're willing to take a chance on you. It's changed everything. Just not just in. I think from an actor standpoint, it's you get to read good writing and you get to perform excellent words, and that's kind of what every actor kind of dreams about. Is just it's all in the writing. If you can pull it off the page and it's there, that's amazing. And just the experience that this has been. I mean, yeah, you know, we've been at it a long time.
Yes.
Space Command, but I don't.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
We're starting to
stuff like this.
we're starting to think of it as the science fiction version of Boyhood, you know. You know?
That's what ripple effect is.
Yeah,
There we
like,
go.
well, I think it's hilarious that Jacob, who played Bob Picardo's little boy in the pilot, you know, he's now a teenager. He's like almost 17, and so we get to have him as a
Yeah.
teenager. And I joked to him that if we take long enough, he'll be able to play the adult version of that character.
Yeah, it's
You know,
perfect. It's perfect. We're
yeah.
on pace. It's all right. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it.
Yeah, but it's fun because particularly because it's about families. Familial resemblance is really fun, and so you know, Mike and I were having lunch some years ago, and I thought he could play Ethan's father. They have that similarity of look. And then of course the actor that I cast to play your son, David Snyder, he's a waiter in a restaurant in the Valley, and I said to him, which I say to often, I say, "Are you an actor?" And of course, every waiter in LA is either a writer or an actor or both. And so he was, and again, perfect, because he looks like he could be the kid between you and Sarah Marafino. So really, really great fun. But yeah, it's, I mean, my hope with Space Command, a lot of this career in acting, writing, directing, producing is staying the course, you know, and the work, for me, the work is the reward. You know, it's like we're working hard to sell the show, but that's not what it's about. It's about getting the work out to the audience and having work of merit, doing something worth doing. You know,
the way I define a producer is the guy who doesn't stop.
Yes, yeah. And
Speaking of stopping, we are getting close to the end.
Right.
And before we
even
say goodbye to
yeah.
Mike, I do have a question. I do have an audience question
Sure,
for
you bet.
him. So this one is from Bisbee Bing, whatever name that is. For Mike, what is it like to work on big budget projects and then work on a low budget project like Space Command?
Well, I approach work the same. Whatever I do, I just kind of give all of myself to it. This particular project, I don't even think of budget. Mark and Elaine are my friends. So I want to say this once again. This is a great model for anybody that's interested in going out and doing their own work and producing their own work. Mark and Elaine are great role models for you. So anybody that's out there thinking about doing your own stuff, these two people are really great role models for that. So one of the things that goes a long way with me is courage, and Mark and Elaine have a lot of that. And so I want to, and he's also been a very good friend to me, as has Elaine. So for me, it's really like I always say, it's a great privilege to be part of it. And I'm not just saying that to blow smoke up their ass. I mean it. So I don't think of it in terms of budget. The money's nice on big budget projects, you know, that's always a nice thing. But you know, we're painters, you know.
Yes.
And you get a chance to paint something that's really meaningful and worth it. You jump at it. You know? Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, great. Well, thanks so much, Mike. I'm so glad you could join us for this time. And again, thanks so much for being in Space Command. It's just, I mean, we look at these scenes that you do over and over again in post-production, and we never get tired of them because you're so great. And with Ethan, I mean, you know, it's just been fun. And I mean, you guys really are family. And it's
Thank you
just
very
really
much, guys.
yeah, so great. Well, so we'll talk soon, Mike. I'll send you the Sweet Haven pilot script in the next few days. And
thank you so much, Mark.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Well, you take care. We'll talk soon. Bye.
See you, Mike.
Bye.
Bye, Ethan. Great to see you, man.
Good seeing you, Mike. Likewise.
Great. So now we're going to go to the second part, which is talking about Space Command in the early days. And David Wakeland will be joining us. And
I have him ready for you to bring him in if you like.
Yeah, bring him in.
Hey,
Great. And so great.
The composer of Space Command.
There you are. Wow.
Right.
Background.
So,
hi, David. So the way it's going to work, is we're going to talk for a few minutes about Space Command in the early days, and then will be joining us. And
okay. I think I need to mute the live broadcast.
Okay, there you go. Can you hear us still?
Yeah, I can still hear you, but now much better.
Okay, good.
Great.
Good.
Because now there's 2 of you instead of 4 of you.
Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk for a few minutes about Space Command in the early days, and then the last 10 minutes or so, you'll be able to present the thing about the music and so forth, because that's a totally specific thing, and that's
Well,
great.
sure,
That's great.
But
But
David, you were with us, sort of like when we were just a twinkle in the mother's eye kind of thing.
yes, you were David. Not only is David our composer and co-producer, he basically sussed out Kickstarter and oversaw the initial campaign that got everything started. So I don't, and I just remember there was a knock at the door, and I opened it, and there was a basket, and you were inside it, right?
Yeah.
And
Yes, my name was Moses then.
yes, exactly. You were in the
Yeah,
Russian.
yeah.
But so yeah, so I mean, you've been with us for a long time, and so yeah, if you want to talk about how you came into this and all
the
of that.
evolution, or let's say the relentless evolution of Space Command.
Yes, well, of course, you guys were there from the beginning, and this process of creating Space Command didn't happen overnight or even over a year. It was a long process that has been marvelous and transformative for everyone involved. I think that we've all gone to new worlds and achieved new heights because of the visionary heart and artistic courage, in addition to the tremendous writing talent and producing ability of Mark and Elaine. So now this is 9 years that we've been working on Space Command. And I fully expect that it'll be going for at least another 9.
Yeah. And it's, as I said, it's like, as I said before you came on, David, it's sort of the science fiction version of Boyhood, and it's like, and that's fine, because I mean, I knew going in that the characters were going to go over many decades, and so it only serves us as they gain a little of life's roadmap on their bodies.
And
so
it has been
Yes,
helpful.
yes.
The people who have really stuck with us had, like, it's hard to say not a social agenda, but a personal agenda to speak from their heart.
yes,
And about speaking about something more than just good plot points.
yeah.
But
yes.
had a more profound agenda.
Well, it's wonderful that you mentioned that, because one of the other long-term relationships I've had is with Carol Dean's wonderful From the Heart Productions. And I actually started working with them a little bit before Space Command, maybe 6 months or so. Of course, I had already known Mark and Elaine. We've been actually working together for about 15 years now.
Oh.
And we did several projects, amazing visionary projects before Space Command, including one that I don't know if it's already been mentioned earlier today, but the first adaptation of World Enough in Time, which is this fabulous series of science fiction fantasy novels that Mark wrote
Magic Time. Yeah, Magic Time.
Magic Time.
Yeah. No,
and
absolutely. We did the audio
Magic
play.
Time.
That was great.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused because I'm going from one convention to another, and I'm getting convention brain.
Yes, I understand.
Well, without the luxury, or is it the luxury to be at home? I don't have the luxury of being on the floor with 100,000 ragingly enthusiastic fans.
Yeah, and that's a blessing. So Ethan, going back to you, because David's been with this project longer, but you came in, was it 2012, or when did you first audition for Space Command? 2020?
I think it was 2012, I believe. Yeah, 2012, I think.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
And it was fascinating because, again, we got down to the finalists, and I just thought, none of these guys really thrill me. Let's go back to that handsome guy and and see, and have a callback, and it really worked, because you were, and then of course we had you do the auditions with the Bradbury candidates, and particularly with Brian McClure. And again, you and Brian had such a terrific chemistry, and that same quality. And the funny thing, of course, is that now in Ripple Effect, we see Brian in all these different ages, and
Yeah.
hilarious. And so it's very fun.
And
But
States Health. How, in terms of the way that the show evolved, and your experience of it. Were there any big surprises, or did it just seems to flow naturally?
Who are you directing that
Oh,
to?
to Ethan.
To Ethan, yeah.
I think the whole thing was a big surprise. I think even because when we first auditioned, it was fun that you guys had a live kind of ongoing contest that we could kind of physically watch the list of talent dwindle and dwindle.
Yes.
And I had made it
Yes.
to the top 20, I think, and
Yeah.
then it went to the top 5, and I didn't make the cut. I thought that
Yeah.
was unbelievable already because there's over
Yes.
7,000 people, and I made the top 20. I thought, whoa, that's
Yeah.
pretty big.
No, it was
And
great.
then
Yes, and
yeah, but I
every
randomly
one of
checked
those people, we watched their video. Okay,
The
more
1,200.
than once. I just have to interject in there that
Yeah.
was a marathon task to watch
Yeah.
thousands of videos.
And the germ of that idea was that it was so unusual to finance a TV pilot with money from around the world, with the fans' money. And I thought, well, if we're accessing a world audience, why don't we, because a lot of other campaigns would offer like walk-ons or cameos or one-line roles. And I thought, well, why don't we offer 2 of the leads? Because we had already cast a number of very famous actors like Doug Jones and Bob Picardo and Mira and Bill Mumy. And I thought, well, we can do this. This will be fun. And again, because we mentor people and we're so open to giving people chances, I mean, because Hollywood is so monolithic and so arrogant and so stupid, quite frankly. I thought it'd be great to say, okay, let's see what anyone anywhere can do, and that it really
It hit some
worked.
amazing talent, and
Yeah.
it's hard because generally you're really restricted by who you can put on the marquee to get your money back.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
you can plant people in seats, so that's kind of changed now.
Mm.
But that's where it was exciting that we had a model where we could just pick the best guy.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But it was
well, it didn't seem realistic. Like from an actor standpoint, I thought, whoa. I said that they're really gonna throw some schmo like myself into into this possibility, and
yes.
yeah,
Well,
I mean it really did change everything, guys.
Well,
really
it was even weirder than that, because originally Space Command started out, and you remember this, David, as just like a 2-hour story that we were going to do that had Matt Kemmer, and I knew, and I was going to cast Armin Shimmerman, Ethan Phillips, Christina Moses and all these characters that we finally get to see in Ripple Effect. But that's why you auditioned with Matt Kemmer material, because as I was doing the interviews during the campaign, it grew to 4 hours, then 6, then 8, then 12. And that's when I thought of the multi-generational thing. And then Jack Kemmer came into existence as a character. So Aaron Gaffey got cast as Matt, and you got cast as Jack, which was certainly a blessing for you, because you didn't have to wait until now to play your first scene like Aaron Gaffey did.
Sure.
Yeah. So David, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just going to say that the story is actually expanded now to, isn't it like 15 hours?
Yes. With the prequel and with Ripple Effect, it's now 15 hours, and that doesn't even include the novel, which Maya Bonhoff has written, so which provides bridging material between the first 2-hour story and the second 2-hour story. So
it's a whole universe, and it's there's wonderful science fiction universes that have been established for a long time, from Barsoom to Foundation to yes, and these have been around for a long time, and some of them are actually getting adaptations. But this is the first time, at least for me, that I have been at the beginning, at the actual evolution of that universe.
Yes.
And I think this is an extraordinary opportunity, and everyone who's involved with this, as Mark often says, will have bragging rights forever.
Yes, yes. Well, it's really fun because so far, the fans have, backed us on the Kickstarter campaigns and bought shares in Space Command and all these things, which has allowed us to keep going. And I think it's great. I think it's just great. We have our own studio, as you know, David and Ethan. And but the fun part about this journey also is it's a mixture of knowing where the story is going, but at the same time, I'm always very open to inspiration. Like when the pandemic hit and I came up with Ripple Effect, and then Elaine and I, wrote it. And, so that's fun. But because I had sort of this long runway for the characters, we could go not just further, but deeper. And that was what this one was about.
And so, Ethan, you started to talk about you were chosen.
Yes.
And how was the for you? Once after you were chosen, we started shooting, and
What was that like?
yeah,
Yeah.
what was it like as you saw?
Well, so from going from the audition, then going into shaking your guys' hands, and you guys were like, "Whoa, you're the guy, you're the guy." I thought, okay. And instantly, I think it was the next day, we were in that studio. We shot a teaser trailer,
Mm.
and then you said, "Well, are you available to go to Comic Con?" I was like, "Well, wait, in San Diego?" You're like, "Yeah, Comic Con."
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
So then it was off to the races. It really was. So we just got
Wow.
going, and yeah,
That's
we
great.
got there, got into production, and I got to meet some people like Doug Jones and Rob
Amazing.
Picardo and all
Yeah.
these people that were just wonderful. And I was just kind of, I was a little geek fly on the wall. That's all.
Fun. And
Ladies and gentlemen,
It
I
was
have
great.
to mention this just to show you what an amazing stand-up guy Ethan really is, in addition to being a really gifted and accomplished actor. At that very first event back in July of 2012, we had a convention presence. It wasn't just a panel, we also had a booth and other things happening. And we had these wonderful posters that our cast and crew were going to sign for free, giving away to the fans. And Ethan, with his mighty muscles, was able to lift up those heavy boxes
And
and
yeah,
bring them out to the convention floor.
wow.
And, you know, I'm just thinking that that probably wouldn't be something that, say, Leo DiCaprio would be up for doing.
No, yeah, that's why we
You know, he's a wonderful guy, but, you know, it just shows that there's this team spirit, and people take on whatever
Thank you,
role
David.
will allow them, you know, and the project to move forward.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the big differences between the new model and the traditional model is that people aren't forced so much into a category, but you can expand outside of that. And
Mm.
I think that that's sort of what the world of science fiction and geekdom is about, is more inclusivity and allowing people who were formerly outcasts to now be accepted and have a group where they feel that they belong and that's their home.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Well,
that's
yeah.
a very good point,
Yeah.
David, because
Yeah.
the people
Yeah.
that have stuck with the project all multitask like
Right.
hell.
No, it's
You know, they
yeah,
all do,
absolutely. We
you know,
we love exploiting actors.
yeah,
You know, carry those crates. Take those bricks upstairs.
yeah.
No, it's that.
So
Yeah, go. The, what?
I do have a question,
Oh, good, thank God.
which no, it's from Mark Lungo for both our guests. I think both of you would do well in westerns. Oh, I'm sorry. I think the other one was. I think
Mike
this
Harney.
is when Mike Harney and.
I've done
But-
westerns.
Have
Yeah.
either of you done westerns?
So, Ethan, you have done westerns, right?
Yeah, actually, when we shot the scene in Ripple Effect where I have the beard, where I'm looking into the mirror, I
Mhm.
had that beard because I was about to fly out to Spain to shoot The Bounty Killer,
Huh.
which we got
Wow.
to shoot on Sergio Leone's
Wow.
sets that are still up and standing and everything. So we got to go out there and ride horses and
Wow.
play tough out in Almeria, Spain. It was beautiful. It was great.
That's neat. That's neat. But again, that's part of the actor's life where you never know what you're going to end up doing, and that's fun. And but you know, but it's interesting with Space Command because again, you are connected to the fans now, and you are connected to the world fan base, which is really neat. And you know, I think it's just thrilling that we all get to take this adventure. You know, and it's very much handmade. I mean, Ripple Effect didn't even exist as a notion 2 months ago, and to have it finished thanks to everyone's hard work. It's just amazing, and it really was. And we, whereas normally we'd be shooting in LA, in this case we were shooting, of course, in Atlanta and New York and California and Saskatchewan and Portugal and so forth, which was just great, you know. So huge fun. We should also mention, Ethan, that you live in the same complex as Brian McClure, so the two of you were able to collaborate,
Yep.
you know, in terms of pulling your scenes
Yeah,
together.
because he's a lieutenant, I'd have to keep my eye on him. So he's a good stone throws away. So
Yeah. But that was super fun, and you know, and I got. Oh, go on,
Yeah, okay.
David, please.
Just before we forget, Ethan has an Instagram account that you can follow him at, and you can get pictures of him behind the scenes and Spain
Wow.
shooting that movie and other things. And I think that's important that it's not just Space Command now, because years have gone by and other productions have engaged with the fans more. And
That's
I
great.
think that that's really something that's never happened before, as far as I know, in the history of entertainment, where the performers can be in regular daily contact with their fans.
Yes, that is a big
Yeah.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ethan, please.
Through Instagram, it's funny that even because with being on Doom Patrol now, it's a whole different type of fan base,
Hmm.
and it's really neat to be able, just like David's saying, you can just reach out, and I've been reaching out to artists all across the world, and just just to say hi, and say that they're doing great work, because they're fans of the DC Comics Doom Patrol show, and then they'll
Huh.
sketch little pictures of my character Agent Forsyth, and it's just that connection is just like David's saying, it's unbelievable, and it's
Wow.
neat because it's right there. It's just like a handshake away.
I know.
Yeah.
Great. That's great. And someday I'll learn how to use Instagram, and that will be lovely because I have an Instagram.
No, you're on the board now. You guys have your picture up now.
I know, it's so weird.
You're in.
Someone's gonna have to show me how to post because I have no
Yeah,
clue.
he's trying all these things and he's cursing at the computer because he just
Yeah.
can't figure it out.
But that's
And I
that's
don't
yeah.
see why he just doesn't follow my model, which is to turn it on and turn it off.
Yeah.
And I never get
Immediately.
frustrated.
Oh,
Yes,
yes. Yeah,
immediately,
yeah, yeah. Very wise. Yes.
Yeah.
That
But-
definitely works.
Yeah, it will. But no, but again, there's this wonderful transparency between the audience and the performer or the artist, which I do love. I mean, a lot of my compatriots were very leery of that, but I've always loved that relationship. And of course, I came up in fandom, in science fiction fandom, so the fact you could go to a convention and see your heroes and talk with them, and that great collegial spirit I loved. And I should also say that David Raiklin has been the one overseeing our Comic-Con presence and in the non-pandemic years, and you've just really gone the limit to make that a wonderful experience for everyone. So thank you, David, for that. And
But
you know.
it's fine. Okay, please go ahead.
No, I said you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Because in the way back when I was in theater, we always knew the actors. I was an actor wandering around. We always knew when the out of town thing was never going to make in town,
Yes.
because the audience was just not responding. But then on television and film, where people could fool, especially TV, where the executives could fool themselves,
Mhm.
these dreadful shows would come to life and
Right.
keep poking along, even though nobody liked them. There was no
Well, yeah.
corrective, and there was no course for correction.
Well, that's what laugh tracks were for.
That's what
you
laugh
know?
tracks are for. But that
Wow.
was what's really good about this new engagement,
This new model.
with this
Yeah.
new model, where you can't fool yourself and completely step aside and be condescending towards your audience. They really are. You really were working in a close partnership.
They were side by side. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so in a moment, we're going to give David the stage to talk about the music and all of that. But before that, is there a final question, Adam, for Ethan? Is there anything else that someone would like to know about, and we should assure people that the jumpsuit you're wearing actually does go all the way down. It doesn't end
It
at waist.
does.
You are wearing pants. So,
And people
This is what I wear to the grocery store. So thanks, guys.
people were asking earlier, is that the suit from Alien?
yes, it is.
So yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
eBay is a wonderful place. It's dangerous because you can spend more money than you'd like. But when I saw that, Aliens is one of my favorite movies, and I loved that costume, the salvage costume, and it was perfect for the scene in Ripple Effect. So anything you want to say in closing, Ethan? You've done such wonderful work with us.
No, well, just to say thanks again, guys. And it's funny, to kind of segue into the music side of it. It's interesting that when it all started, I, for the longest time, had Mr. David Raiklin's Space Command theme song as my ringtone on my phone. So
That's
Oh,
great.
that's fabulous. Thank you.
That's
Thank
really
you from
great.
the bottom of my
it's kind of funny. Yeah, it's just funny
Yeah.
to have a show to be a part of.
Yeah.
What's that? What's that ring? Oh, it's Space Command.
Yeah.
Oh, that
right.
reminds me of a funny story. We were having a crew meeting at a wonderful restaurant in West Hollywood that sadly is now closed. But it was a great place to meet because you could have big tables where we could have a team of 15 people, and there was someone who was not persuaded that I was the right person to do the music for the show. So I sang the Space Command theme, and his jaw dropped. He said, "That's pretty good."
That's funny. That's funny. Yes, so
And I would like, if I may, I would like to share when I first met Ethan McDowell. It was 2017 at Comic-Con. And I had just become an investor in Space Command, and I was invited to an investors dinner, and Ethan was there, and I didn't I didn't like know who you were, but I had a feeling like I knew you were important.
Part of it somehow.
Not that. But because I think I just knew how big of an actor you're going to be. So
yeah,
maybe
great.
that's what it was.
Thank you,
Well,
Adam.
That's nice that you didn't ask him what the specials of the evening were. So,
I could have rattled them off.
Yeah, I'm sure. So thanks so much, Ethan. We're I think over the next few days we'll schedule a session with you and Brian to talk about that very special.
You bet.
Yeah. So yeah, but great. Well, so we'll see you soon. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
And now, David, you have the floor for the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, to talk
bye.
about music. Bye, Ethan. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
All
By
right,
the way, there are behind-the-scenes photos from their first audition together on a roughly thrown together spaceship set that was still very cool, and hopefully you can find, or I can send you some of those for that conversation if you'd like to go down the time tunnel back to those days.
That's
sure.
great. Yeah, and so now we turn it over to you, David, to talk about the music, and,
All right.
and we'll see you,
Bye.
we'll see you soon.
See you
All
soon.
right, see you guys.
Take care.
Take care.
All right, so hi everybody. In case you're just tuning in, I'm David Rakelin. I'm co-producer and composer for Space Command, and I've been with the project since its inception in 2011. And over that time, I've had a chance to create a musical universe, and some of it the public has heard, and at other times, it's been work that's behind the scenes and has taken years to reach the broadcast stage. So I wanted to take just a couple of minutes and take you through some of the musical elements that are important to Space Command, and or at least they're important to me. And so first I want to start with a scene from Space Command Redemption, episode 101. This is up on YouTube and you can see it. But now we're going to just focus on how the music is changing every few seconds to support the action. And when you're watching it the first time or even the second time, you may not notice this. But it is kind of amazing how music is part of telling the story, and it can be a lot of fun to see how it's interacting with the characters in the action. So I'm going to share a screen, and here we go. Share computer sound, and
remember it defaults to not. Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I've got it. So hopefully you guys are now seeing a blank screen, but the show should start in a second. So let me know if you don't see something within about 3 seconds.
Kicking in the thrusters. Lieutenant Bradbury, match their speed. Yes, sir. We're going to scan that ship, tell me who's on board.
Our scans can't penetrate the hull.
What's her power source?
Unknown, but sublight. There's no telling what her specs might be.
Going, what's your projected course?
The outer planets. Saturn and Jupiter are in opposition. It could be either.
What are they doing?
Sir, ship coming up on our 6. It's the Templar.
Captain Esser? 6, glad to have a dance partner.
General Haldeman sent me to provide support.
Deep rock scans revealed no bodies. The excavation site.
Oh, Dr. O'Dara and her party are on that ship.
All right, so I'm going to unshare the screen. And we'll come back in just a minute. But now I wanted you to have a chance to understand a little bit about what's going on there. You may have noticed that the music started out as pedal to the metal, high energy action music. And then it became more subtle when we went into the interior to support the dialogue with Ethan, playing Captain Kemmer. And then it changed again when the lieutenant was in a suspenseful moment trying to understand what was happening about the course of the alien ship. And then we finished up with Doug Jones as Dor Nevin, and he's on board the EMA ship, and there's all these voices, and those voices are part of the soundtrack too. And in between there was a cutaway to the Templar, and we saw Sarah Marafino playing Captain Essex. And for that, we went to a kind of lyrical, heroic bit of music, and that was her theme. So all of that was happening in just a couple of minutes. So the music was constantly changing to flow with the drama and the storytelling. And there's some very specific things there, like character themes. And there was another character theme with those voices. Those are actually musical elements. And what we did for that is the EMA civilization needed to have a voice and a language. Even though we hadn't gotten to that part yet happening on screen, it was important, at least in my vision for the score, to have the EMA civilization come to life and be a real thing right from the get-go. So we invented a language. It's called a conlang, a constructed language, for the EMA civilization. And those voices are actually the voices of the cast. In other words, we have Doug Jones and Mira Furlan and Bob Picardo and Ethan. Their voices, plus other actors, are all mixed in there, and they're speaking in our constructed language. It sounds like a real language, but no matter where you are in the world, it'll also sound like an alien language, because
Giving you a 2-minute warning.
it has all the elements of a language, but it's made up. So now we're going to go on to the next scene, and this might just take us out to the next segment.
May I?
Dora is communicating with the aliens, and you can hear those voices, which are the aliens speaking to him.
Are you all right?
You see, now the voices are faded away and we go back to action and tension music. This is the Triumph music, which will come back in further episodes. All right, so I think that's about the end of our time. I hope you enjoyed it. All of the main characters, Kemmer and Von Odara, Captain Essex, Lieutenant Bradbury, Yusuf Sikander, the heroes and the villains like Odin Sikander, they all have their own character themes, and I hope you enjoy listening for them. If you want to know more about that, be in touch. David Rakelin at cinematicmusic1@gmail.com.
Hi, Adam. I think Mark needs a link. Is that what you need?
Oh,
I think we're going to the next guest. Is that correct?
we are. Thank you so much, David.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I need to bring back Mark, so we're just going to have a quick pause after, and then we'll get on to our next guest. I do want to say we didn't have any questions, but a lot of comments saying how much they like your music.
Well, thank you all so much. We like you so much, and we hope that you'll stay around for all of our future adventures. And feel free to friend me on Facebook, David Rakelin, DavidRaiklen, and I'm happy to answer your questions. I think we have an astronomer up next, yes? Are we still live?
Hi, David. This is David Bartlett. Yeah, we're still live. They're just getting Mark back. He and Elaine are doing something over there.
Okay, so I'll keep talking. That our Space Command soundtrack is actually a live orchestral soundtrack. If it sounds like it's a real orchestra, it's because that's what we're doing. We won't cheat the audience. We're giving you actual live musicians performing their instruments with mastery and passion that can't be replicated by a computer. It's that human factor that makes the art and the whole show come to life. So,
and we also have it available as a perk in the campaign that's going to be launching in a couple of days.
Yes, you can get the soundtrack, and it also has songs on it that were composed especially for this by Bill Mumy, who does a great character song about the relationship between his character and Dor Nevin, Doug Jones's character. And then we also have a wonderful pop song from Marina V. So there's a lot of wonderful music on there that you haven't heard yet in the soundtrack.
That sounds great. The sketchbook, can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh yeah, well that sketch has, that sketchbook has been there growing and expanding since the beginning. There are musical sketches from back when our project was called something else, and you can hear our influences from early 50s science fiction and how we tried to capture the vibe of movies like The Day the Earth Stood Still or Forbidden Planet, the original Star Trek. There are those influences, and then that began to evolve as our timeline began to move into different eras of the future, and they needed to have different sounds of music. So we haven't gotten to those episodes yet, but you can hear them previewed in the sketchbook. And I think that's a lot of fun because I don't think it gives away much of the future storylines in detail, but it does give you a sense of the world that we're going to be inhabiting in just a few episodes. So,
and Mark is back.
Good timing.
I
Welcome back.
Thanks. Just technical difficulties. So thank you so much, David. I really appreciate that. And
You've definitely gotten a lot of fans from that.
Yes.
A lot of fans saying "Yoo-wee."
So I guess the next person we have is
cool.
Yeah, Erin McDonald, who's the Star Trek science advisor, is going to be coming on. So, but thanks, David. And how can, if people want to reach you to ask further questions about the music, what's the best way to reach you?
Oh, there's two easy ways to get in touch. One is to friend me on Facebook, David, D-A-V-I-D, Raiklen, R-A-I-K-L-E-N. That's also my website, davidraiklen.com. Or you can reach me at Cinematic Music 1. That's Cinematic Music and the numeral 1 at gmail.com. And
Right.
I'd love to hear from you. And of course, if you're a musician and you'd like to participate, like I said, the soundtrack is done with live musicians, and we have fans that are playing on the soundtrack.
That's
and that
great.
could be you.
Great. Well, thanks so much, David. Yay, David Raiklen. We'll talk soon.
Hey, Space Command.
Thanks, David. Talk soon. Take care. Bye. Okay.
And we have Dr. Erin McDonald waiting.
Great.
If you're ready for her.
Yeah. So David, I think David's trying to, there we go. Great, yeah, Erin McDonald, absolutely. Okay, hi Erin, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well, how are you?
Great. So we're gonna spend some time talking science and science fiction, and I had my wonderful time on your podcast, which was great fun, and so I thought we would exchange the favor.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, and now, so give us a little bit background on how you became an astrophysicist. What's the, what got you the bug?
Yeah, I think most people when they're growing up love space and dinosaurs. Like those seem to be the things that just capture people's imaginations, and it certainly was the case for me. I loved going to science museums, and I loved space, and I loved dinosaurs and all that fun stuff. But for me, it wasn't really, there were kind of two factors. One was Dana Scully. I was obsessed with the X-Files, was growing up right around, when that was going out. I was probably a little bit too young to watch it when I started watching, but I was obsessed with this redheaded woman who fought aliens with science. And that's all I wanted to be and do. And then I found out that her original degree was in physics, particularly astrophysics. And that was when I kind of looked that up and realized you could have an entire degree based on studying space. So that, that blew my mind. And from then on, that was just what I wanted to do. It wasn't necessarily that I had a career end goal in mind, but I knew going off to college and then continuing on from there, I wanted to study space while I figured out what else I would do with my life.
Yes, and were you a big science fiction geek from the get-go, or?
Yeah, I wasn't really raised with a lot of science fiction. My parents weren't necessarily sci-fi fans, but like I said, I watched the X-Files, and then I had family members who were invested in getting me into science fiction. And so that was, even just as simple and as universal as Star Wars, that was sort of, I was a little bit older when I got into it, but I was still a kid. And those ideas of just traveling through space really sparked my imagination, these stories set in space. And so I started reading a little bit more and started finding science fiction in that realm.
Mm-hmm.
And, but it wasn't really until college that I got into science fiction properly, where, my fellow physics majors were like, okay, so here's the list of shows that you need to watch. And Star Trek is right on the top.
Yeah. And it's and by the way, I should mention to the fans who are watching us that feel free to throw questions in about science and all of that, because all of us who are science fiction writers, there's always the question of how far down the rabbit hole do you want to go? How much do you want to, talk about, astrophysics and, and all of that stuff. And of course, there's a spectrum. There's the hard science fiction writers like Heinlein and all those guys, the ones who often come out of engineering or astronomy. Arthur C. Clarke is sort of a little sort of mid-range, but a little leaning toward that. And then you have the people like Ray Bradbury who said, well, I know my Mars isn't scientific, but who cares? you know. So,
Right, exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then when you move into TV and film, budget becomes a huge aspect of where you plant your flag as well. So I don't know if you now how did now
Yeah.
you've gotten one of the greatest gigs ever now, which is a science advisor on Star Trek. So tell us how you got that gig and what that's like.
Yeah, I'm so, like Lucille Ball said, luck is hard work and knowing what's opportunity and what's not. And I feel like that's kind of where I've been able to find this niche. But while I wanted to pursue science, I also loved film and the entertainment industry. And so I took lots of films classes when I was in college and always had in the back of my mind, I was also a dancer. And then I got into theater later, just as hobbies. But this idea that you could be a science consultant kind of blew my mind. But I didn't necessarily, there's no clear path of how to do that. For me, when I left academia, I was pretty lost. I didn't know that I wanted, I knew I didn't want to be a professor, but I found other opportunities. I started doing science communication at museums. I started teaching at community college as an adjunct professor. Loved, loved, loved teaching. Did not cover the bills, unfortunately. And so I went into engineering, went into the industry. But in order to kind of keep that teaching bug going, I started giving talks at science fiction conventions, talking about the science behind our favorite franchises or just general, faster than light travel or artificial gravity. And that's how I started to meet writers, actors, creators. And then I moved out to LA a couple years ago for myriad reasons. And through that started to just kind of expand my network and started giving talks at the official Star Trek conventions and events. And they, with the amount of content that they're adding, saw the value in having a scientist be available to all the writers and to help with that. I think the hardest thing, and I think a lot of scientists struggle when they try to go into this, is letting go. You mentioned that the science is hard in sci-fi and TV and movies, and it is the budget, but it's also time. When they've got to condense a script down to fit in a fixed time, technobabbles out the door. So that's hard.
Well, it's interesting because I grew up when I was a kid. It was the great age of science fiction on TV and film, and also in aerospace. You had the Mercury through the Apollo programs, and so real space travel was inextricably entwined with science fiction. And now we're in a sort of a second age of manned exploration, and with Elon Musk and NASA joining forces and all of that, the two guys they just shot up in the Dragon. Really cool. And so it's interesting with Star Trek, particularly because Star Trek was really the first science fiction show that was talking to scientists in that way, with like the Rand Corporation, those guys. And it's funny that you mentioned Lucille Ball, because she, of course, as head of Desilu, was the executive who greenlit Star Trek into production. So
big hero of mine, big hero. Love her.
Big time. But now it's very interesting with Star Trek, because now they've brought it back as multiple series: Picard and Discovery and the coming Pike series and the animated one Below Decks. And so now you weren't aboard as science consultant on the first season or two of Discovery, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Right.
So nothing I've consulted on has aired yet, and I am on the edge of my seat. So season 3 of Discovery was the first thing that I worked on.
Yes.
But yeah, a lot of things are in development now, so I'm all over the place. You'll have my stamp on a lot of stuff.
But it's fascinating, because when you're close to our time, like in something like The Expanse, you're dealing with orbital mechanics and all of that. Whereas by the time you get to Star Trek, with warp drive and all of that and artificial gravity, you're much more in a speculative place.
Yeah.
And
I think that's, people always ask me too, like how as a scientist I enjoy science fiction, and it's much easier for me to enjoy the stuff that's set way in the future because I've switched off a lot of stuff. I'm like, all right, sure, we figured that out at some point. Whereas if it's set 10 years from now, I'll be a little bit more like, do we have that?
Right. And it's, well, with Space Command, it's interesting because Space Command starts 60 years from now and goes a further 100 and whatever years, and then we had a prequel that goes 30 years earlier. So it's like 30 years from now, then we jump 60 years from now and so forth, and cover 180 years in total. But that was also deciding, we couldn't do 0G, obviously. The first one who really attempted that, of course, persuasively was 2001: A Space Odyssey, which
Yeah.
was just phenomenal. And but we do have, like, certain, we've talked with NASA, we've talked with JPL, we've talked with the flight surgeon at Houston, the Johnson Space Center, and the real space command, the Air Force One,
Yeah.
so but there's always those questions about, okay, how do we do this? Because obviously certain things we can't do. So but so with Star Trek, you're less encumbered in that way, but it must be a dream job in that way, to be dealing with those scripts and those writers and that history of science fiction that goes back so many decades.
Yeah, I mean, it's a legacy, and that's kind of the thing that's taken me so long to just accept, to go, oh no, it's Star Trek. It's Star Trek. No, I'm completely honored, and it's a legacy of people who's especially, gone, like Andre Bermanis and Narain Shakar have gone on and just done amazing things, and they started as science consultants on Star Trek. So no pressure, right? But I'm really excited to kind of see what the future brings.
Yes. Well, now on that note, do you also want to be a writer as well, working in TV, or is that a goal that would be something you'd really enjoy?
Yeah, I've had people ask me for a long time if I had pop science books like Brian Greene or Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I've always struggled to write prose, like novel prose, fiction or nonfiction. But once I started working in the film writing community, I found screenwriting very, very natural to me. I don't know if it's just because I studied so much film, or if that's just a medium that I immerse myself in a lot more. But I have definitely found a passion for that. And I've been lucky enough to be in a fire hose of training, of being in 6 writers' rooms at once, and learn how to work with different, showrunners and writing styles, and then growing my experience with going beyond just doing line edits, but actually being able to contribute more to pitches and stories and all of that. I really love it. I love it. And it's definitely awoken kind of it's fed that creative side. And that's the thing that I'm most excited about, is I see something that I can do finally for the first time. I have a career that I love.
Great. That's great. Now, Adam, do we have any questions yet, or just chime in as we get questions from our audience? Okay.
Will do.
Great.
No serious questions yet.
Yes, just facetious ones.
Just someone's talking about a drinking game or something.
Yeah. Well, maybe to get out more. Yeah.
Right. There are, if that's about the bowling ball on the trampoline, then you can have a drink. People who follow my stuff, I always end up having to explain space time with the bowling ball on the trampoline, and I say it so many times we've turned it into a drinking game. So if that's what you were looking for,
that's fun. So in terms of science fiction and extrapolating out from the current state of science, so are there things that you're finding particularly interesting in the scientific world that you think can be extrapolated in science fiction?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the hardest thing to do when it comes to science fiction that is set so far in the future. There are a lot of rules gone, but there's also that unknown unknowns, right? We don't know what kind of technology that we're going to have. So keeping an ear out for the stuff that's really cutting edge is really important. For me personally, I mean, I have a personal interest. I'm a little bit biased, but my PhD was in general relativity, and particularly the search and discovery of gravitational waves.
Yes.
And I left the field a year before their Nobel Prize winning detection. I loosened the jarlet is my official story. But that's a whole new realm of astrophysics. It's like, the analogy is we've been looking at the universe for years, and sound doesn't travel in space, but detecting gravitational waves now is almost like you're hearing for the first time. So being able to combine those two senses, as it were, is going to lead to a lot of new discoveries in our universe. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Sure.
This one's just from me. Dr. McDonald, do you concur with Neil deGrasse Tyson on his theory about the Gulf Stream and being able to lasso a comet? Which is
That's
From
something
Ripple
to use in
Effect.
Space Command. Neil deGrasse Tyson was at our gym a few years ago, and I said, if you were going to bring something back from space that could help with global warming, what would it be? And he thought for a few days and then told me this loopy idea, which was, and it was actually from a friend of his, which is, to go out into space, lasso an ice comet, tether it to one of the poles and get the Gulf Stream going again. So in Space Command, we actually do that. And
Amazing.
yeah, pretty hilarious. So in Ripple Effect, we actually have Neil deGrasse Tyson on camera talking. I mean, he actually played himself in this episode of Space Command, which was terrific. We'll have to give you a cameo at some point too, Aaron. That'd be really fun.
Would be more than happy to. And I love that. I think that was also something similar along those lines, was a joke in Futurama about dealing with climate change, was just take a giant ice cube and just dump it into the ocean.
And we referenced that in the episode as well. I think given your area of initial expertise, I think we might want to have an episode where you're a gravity wave surfer. So
I'll take it.
that'll be fun. That'll be very fun. And so walk us through like your given work day, work week. Like you go to the Enterprise and where's it go from there?
Right. It used to be, up until a few months ago, it was very different, because I think a lot of people in this town in LA can certainly relate to juggling lots of jobs at one time. But I was working as a technical advisor for what is now the Space Force. It used to be US Space Command, and before that it was Air Force Space Command. So I was trying to juggle a lot of those, working just as a tech advisor and then also doing script editing. But these days, now, especially in the current kind of climate that we're in, I am reading scripts. I am sitting in room meetings doing just generic Q&As or trying to help break story. I am helping, friends will send me their scripts. So I've got sort of a few that I'll go through and help and edit with. I do consulting otherwise as well. And then I also have kind of my own online content, the Dr. Aaron Explains the Universe. So I stream on Twitch, and I have a patron. And so it's a lot of fun kind of creativity. It does that, in terms of the busyness and responsibilities, and not many days off, but it's fun. I love it.
That's great. That's really great. And again, the fact that that you're able to have such input and really be working with so many writers is really spectacular. And so do you feel, what's your feeling about the Star Trek franchise in general? I mean, do you feel that it's durable and that it can have, I mean, there's been, of course, that there's been a very strongly polarized reaction to some of the more recent Star Trek movies and TV shows. So I don't know what your thought is about that, but please let us know.
I mean, I'll be the first to admit that I'm like a Pollyanna when it comes to a lot of this stuff, that I will go in and just be overly enthusiastic. You throw anything into my fictional world, I will eat it up. But I think that the Kelvin films that came out, 10 years ago were great at introducing Star Trek to a new generation of people. That it really was sort of like, oh, this is a franchise that I think I might like, that feels accessible to me now. And people have gone and then discovered it. And then with, Discovery and Picard coming back, you're always going to get that backlash. I mean, people have pulled out hate fan mail from when The Next Generation first aired of, this isn't real Star Trek and you don't understand. And then the same thing happened with Voyager and Deep Space Nine and all of that stuff. So it's just the cycle of Star Trek fans. And I think especially now, it's been great to go to Star Trek conventions year after year as Discovery's been airing, and see that polarization is starting to disappear, that people are getting to know the characters and the stories and get used to sort of the new format, these new ways of telling stories that we can do now, and really embrace it. And there are some, it's great characters, great storytelling. And what I'm most excited about is when these other shows, because Picard, is a great callback to The Next Generation. But now, as you mentioned, we're going to have an animated Lower Deck series. We're going to have an animated Nickelodeon series. We're going to have the Pike's show, and Discovery and Picard are still going on. So there's so much Star Trek content that I feel like that just tempers the criticism, because people will be able to find one that they like. Yes. And if you don't like any of them, there's 700 hours of Star Trek out there. You can find one for you. But certainly the in-person, the Star Trek fan community is a really, overall, I've found it to be a very welcoming place. And I'm very grateful for it.
Yeah, and it's really fun because fandom you have all the way from the older guys who came up with the original show, the older fans, but also the actors who are still with us, Walter Koenig, Nichelle Nichols, who's in Space Command and so forth. And but then you have each generation has their own Star Trek show that they might love. And also the one difference between science fiction and other genres, or even mainstream fiction, is that you're creating not just a series of characters, but also a universe. And the universe has so many offshoots. I mean, Gene Roddenberry, I can't really think of another example prior to Gene where he created a huge hit show and then did a second version of that show with completely different characters, which I think was a stroke of genius. And that was a huge hit as well. I mean, that was, because they tried to bring back Gunsmoke years later or whatever, and those things always flopped, or they do a TV movie on Gilligan's Island or whatever, where the Harlem Globetrotters show up. It's like, bad idea, guys. But Star Trek, he really proved that it wasn't the characters. You didn't need Kirk, Spock, McCoy to have a Star Trek thing work. And that was brilliant. And so I think, so if you were, let's say for a moment that you were the god of Star Trek, okay? So let's say you woke up tomorrow and you were the god of Star Trek and you could have the Star Trek franchise go anywhere, do anything. What would you want it to do? What would be your dream come true?
There's so much. There's so much. The thing that I love and that I do think that we are going to be able to see is expanding the demographic of Star Trek fans, particularly for younger audiences. And that's what makes me so excited, like about the Nickelodeon animated show, which not much has been released other than there is a Nickelodeon animated show. But the fact that you can target a younger audience, because I think Star Trek has inspired so many, in terms of its legacies, generations after generations of people. And as if you were raised in a household that watched Star Trek, you saw it at a young age, but like me, I didn't. But you were still able to be influenced by it to want to become a scientist at some point. It still has played such a role in our society. And so the ability to have that Star Trek universe more accessible to younger kids, I think is only going to expand that ability to inspire more kids to get into science and, and just to that creative spark. Like I said, people love space. And so to have these fictional stories where they can see themselves in a character flying around the stars, whether that inspires them to become a scientist or just makes them feel like they belong somewhere, that's incredibly powerful. That's what so they're kind of doing it. I'm just a sucker for animation in general, so I'm always happy. But it's going to be great to see some kid-oriented ones, some more humor-oriented. There's going to be Star Trek for everyone, and that's what makes me really happy.
That's really fun. Now
we've got a new question in from Droid Girl, who asks, of the shows that you've worked on, what are some of these sci-fi concepts that you've seen that are the closest predictions to actual science?
Well, we can start with you on that, Aaron, and then I can jump in.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of the ones that I've worked on haven't aired yet. So in terms of narrowing it to that, we're not quite there to be able to talk about that level of specifics. But I think that Star Trek in general, though, has led us towards some technology. It's like, now we're at the stage where we're like, remember flip phones, man? And those were, the communicators in the 60s and things like data pads and, the original Kindles, I will say these original e-readers are suspiciously shaped exactly like the pads from TNG. It's beyond a coincidence there. But yeah, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts, Mark, on that.
Well, it's interesting because I've worked on, having worked on Next Gen and DS9 and Babylon 5 and Sliders and on and on and on, and now Space Command, and then also writing about the Twilight Zone. The fascinating thing, well, one thing that's funny about Twilight Zone is Rod Serling's lack of knowledge of science. I mean, he has asteroids with air, oxygen atmospheres, and talks about millions of miles to the nearest star system and all this nonsense. And so he was essentially, I would say, scientifically illiterate practically. But then you get to Star Trek, and the thing about the original Star Trek, and that was great, was they just throw you in the deep end of the pool. When you see that first pilot, they're not explaining warp engines or transporters or communicators. They're just using them like we would use a car and a telephone and so forth. And so when I got to, writing for, Next Gen or DS9 or any of these things, having grown up in the genre, it was all just second nature. And the question with any given show is, okay, what's the technology or what's the pseudo technology, and what's the justification for whatever that technology or pseudo technology is? And but I was, of course, so steeped in the technological subgenres of science fiction, both written and dramatized, so that in certain shows you'd have slower than light travel stories like the Heinlein stuff, where you're dealing with all of that 1G acceleration and so forth. And then, of course, because science fiction writers wanted to write about other star systems and alien life and so forth, then they had to figure out, okay, what would a faster than light drive be like, and come up with all sorts of justifications for that. And that gets very much into theoretical stuff. But like when I was doing Sliders, when I was producing that show, again, that there is no parallel universe machine. Much as we might want to journey to the universe that doesn't have Trump in it, but though I won't talk about politics. But so I was in contact with the guys at Star Trek, saying, do you guys have any pseudo technological stuff on parallel universes, just to see what we could bandy about. And now here we are, 50 years later from the initial moon landing, and we're and as I said to you when we had that conversation on your podcast, the one thing science fiction never predicted was we would go to the moon and stop. Yeah. And so I'm very glad that at long last we have people seriously talking about sending people to Mars. I think that's either going to be Elon Musk or the Chinese. I don't think NASA's on its own recognizance could ever get there, because they're always at the whim of the political moment. And but in terms of the shows I've worked on, Space Command has been the most interesting in terms of working out a pseudo technology or extrapolating from the current technology, because I'm very consciously dealing with slower than light fusion drive, and then you find an alien ship that's got a faster than light drive, but you can't replicate that because it goes away. And so then you work up an experimental drive, which I call the Gernsback drive, which is named after Hugo Gernsback, who founded Amazing Stories, and the Hugo Award is named after. And so we have the Gernsback drive that takes us into M space, which is basically, because the whole gag, of course, is that within space, you theoretically can't go faster than the speed of light. So if you go outside of space-time, then the rules might be very different. And and so I've been working with that. And dealing with the whole notion of alien technologies, because I believe that life is extremely ubiquitous throughout the universe. And the moment we go anywhere, I think, Mars or the outer moons, we're going to find life. But
my money's on Europa. I think that we'll dig under Europa. It probably won't be some giant octopod alien monster like some movies show, but I think at the very least we're going to see some sort of like bacteria or something like that. And I'm really, I'm sure we will, because it's a warm saltwater ocean.
That's actually a good segue into our next question from Les Grossman, who asks, in light of the epidemic, how do you advise planet party landing scenes that show zero protocols, protection, and precautions? Right. And how are realistic premises important to you?
Yes, and by the way, Les, I want to compliment you for your handle. I'm a big fan of Tropic Thunder, and that's a great character. So so why don't you start, Erin, and talk about Star Trek and how they're handling this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? Because we are certainly in a moment now that I think is going to go down. It will go down in history, and I think that how much it's going to change our everyday lives still remains to be seen. Like what that new normal is going to look like, we can't see on the other side of this. I was reminded of that recently because trying to escape all of it, watching Star Trek, and we were watching the Enterprise for my my patron episode where we break down science for it, and they walk out and introduce themselves to an alien species and hold their hand out, and they're waiting. And the aliens are kind of like, what? He's like, this is what we do. We shake hands when we greet people. And I was like, no, that's not what we do anymore.
Right.
And so, little nuances like that we know our world is changing, but it's changing so quickly that I think just being aware of things, you know. And the other thing too is I know a lot of people are still getting used to, but saying, you know, like manned missions versus crewed missions, and trying to change our vernacular to say crewed is still, it's because we're so used to saying it. And so those little nuances that we try to work in and try to catch, because our society's changing such that, like, you know, that it has lasting power, that if you watch it in 20 years, you're not like, "Ooh, no, we don't do that anymore." So it's really interesting. And especially for a show that like Star Trek, that has such the legacy that you can go back and watch quite a lot of it without it feeling dated.
Yes.
That's hard to do. And it's
Yeah.
paying attention to those things.
Yeah, though I remember Jay Leno, before he was famous for the Tonight Show, I once saw him do a stand-up, and he talked about the original Star Trek and how every week they seemed to go to Planet of the Hookers, you know, because the costumes, you know. So like, so there is that. So
There's Mutt's Women has not aged well. So there are quite a few original series.
Yeah, but still, we love all of that. But in terms of the pandemic, it's fascinating because it's both dealing with story elements, and that's very interesting to see how science fiction dealt with pandemics and zombie plagues and all of those things, as opposed to what's happening now, which is very instructive and interesting to compare and contrast. But then the other thing is, now as we get back into production, there are those interesting questions of how are we going to do that now with Ripple Effect. You know, the 2 hour episode we debuted today, that was deliberately, for me, a 5-finger exercise to see what we could do without having a crew go from hither to yon and have 100 people on a set, but have our actors shoot their own scenes and use the tricks of visual effects to put characters together in a scene where they physically were actually not even in the same country, or, you know, or use footage and match the lips so they could have new lines, like Doug Jones in the scene with Bob Picardo. So there were a lot of tricks that one had to do, and now as we start to very gingerly get back into more active production again, it's like we're starting to say, well, what if we shoot with just 1 or 2 actors at most, and we enjoy safety protocols? And so it's going to be a long time. Like, there's a scene in the new Space Command episode we were about to shoot before the pandemic where you've got like 30 extras. Well, I think it's going to be a long time before we have 30 actors on the set. I think that we may do, you know, VFX, where we create a you know, synthetic people that way, CG people, but we're not going to be having crowd scenes in anytime soon, I don't think.
Yeah. So if people want more sci-fi content, stay home and wear your masks.
Yes.
Because we got to start filming soon. Please. Yeah. There is a finite amount of content out there. You will run out.
Yes. Yes.
We need to keep making more.
Yeah.
So getting to Space Command, I have a question from where is that? I'm sorry. Oh, here it is. Aliens in the Attic, who asks, if you were in Space Command, what crew member position would you like to be? For Aaron, Dr. Aaron.
Awesome.
Would you pilot, captain, science officer?
I mean, my default, my go-to is always science officer, because I was like, I can do that job. But then I do really like being in charge. I like leading a group of people. I'm a big picture person.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like my career path would mirror Captain Janeway's, the science officer turned captain, hopefully not lost on the other side of the galaxy, but you know, and in Space Command too. And that's the interesting thing, is when science fiction for years has modeled itself on military structure, even though they're not necessarily military characters. And so you see those same positions, whether it's Star Trek or Space Command or those, you can see that position and go, science officer, that's my job.
Yeah, that's fun. And but though actually it sounds from your predilections, it sounds like showrunner is a really good job to aim for as well.
Right. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. And you know, but it's interesting too, because when Michael Reeves and I worked up the Captain Sulu series, after we did World Enough in Time, we had a Klingon science officer on Sulu's ship, and that was very interesting, with the idea that the Klingons, we'd only really seen the warrior cast, and there was another cast that was sort of the science cast that was very different temperamentally. And that was a lot of fun to play with that notion of a Klingon science officer on a Federation ship. And so there's, now it's also interesting though, the when you're working up a story and the science, if it's a battle between characterization or a really strong story and science has to take a back seat if there's a great story and or great characters. So that also, there always is that balancing act where you don't want to do anything incredibly egregious.
Yes. Yeah.
but,
And that 9 times out of 10, that's what my job ends up doing, is just saying, all right, we can come up with this cool idea. If that's what you want to do, we can help. And if it gets so outrageous that the story is great, that the story's still great, we're better off not explaining the science.
Yes,
and we'll just
yes.
take a step back and, just like you said, not say anything egregious, make
Right.
sure it's just not wrong.
Right. Right. Unobtainium. But
Yeah.
but yes, and but now also another subject that we haven't really gotten deep into and is the whole notion of intelligent alien life. And for instance, in Space Command, very deliberately, my idea is that the alien life we encounter will not be humanoid at all, that it will be extremely different, because my personal belief is that when we do, if and when we do encounter a sentient species, the likelihood is very strong that they will be very, very, very different from us.
Yeah.
And, you know, so I don't know if you'd like to comment on your thoughts about that, but please.
Yeah, it's one of the most fun activities that I've done when I've gone to sci-fi conventions. If they have a kid education focus, one of the exercises I like doing is talking to kids about how planets can influence species. And so they get to design either an alien species or a superhero based on a planet that they choose.
Yes.
And it's because it's just, I mean, we've said infinite diversity and infinite combinations, you know,
Yes.
there's gonna be aliens, and it's the unknown. And when we're searching for sentient alien life, we can only reference what we know.
Yes.
We can only know to look for the stuff that we know. And so figuring out what these communication methods might be. Now, there is still that universal physics, right? However, another sentient species will have interpreted light, it's still light.
Yes.
And they might call it, treat it, use it slightly differently, but there are still going to be these physics fundamentals that we can start to figure out. And so when it comes to sentient life, and not sentient life in the sense that they're technologically advanced,
Yes.
then that's going to be really interesting. But that's very hard to reach that point.
Yes.
Space is dark and scary and throws lots of bad things at us. So,
Yeah. Well, it's so interesting, that question of how many sentient species there might be and what is a sentient species, as you say, a technological sentient species, because again, we're only working with an example of one at this stage. And, you know, when you talk about the Drake equation, you know, which postulates how many civilizations there might be out there, it's very interesting, because one thing that we have no idea of is how long a technological society lasts.
Yeah.
Because we have such destructiveness, self-destructiveness built into our you know, into us as an animal. And so, you know, we've only really been a technological society for a little over 100 years in the way that a sentient species might even be able to detect us.
Yeah.
You know, except for the oxygen atmosphere, which at least says it's a specific kind of life here.
Right.
You know, but it is very interesting to speculate on. The other question, which I find very interesting, is once we encounter, if we encounter other technological species, what kind of animal becomes a technological civilization? Is it necessarily a predatory one? It's an interesting question, because there was someone, I can't remember who it was. Well, that was very funny. When they put the plaque up on the moon for the moon landing, they asked a number of writers what they thought should be on that plaque for alien species that might come to it. And there was a writer named I.F. Stone, and what he said should be on that plaque was "run."
I mean, it's not wrong.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but people always ask too, because we're kind of touching a little bit on the Fermi paradox, that if there's so much life out there, why hasn't anyone reached out to us? That we might not be at a part where we could, but why hasn't anyone else? And there's lots of answers ranging from philosophical to technological, of just saying, you know, do you try to teach bugs English? You know, like if you're that advanced, maybe you're not bothered with us. Or like you said, you know, both our own self-destructive tendencies, but also space has world-ending events that happen quite frequently. Things like gamma ray bursts and, you know, solar events that could be very destructive, and just asteroids themselves. can
Yes.
take out entire civilizations. So space is scary.
Yeah, and speaking of solar events like that, or asteroids hitting the Earth and all of that. So what is your thought about Elon Musk's idea of putting 1 million people on Mars, so to give a sort of a spare tire?
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of back and forth in this. I love the ambition.
Yeah.
I love that the dialogue is happening, that people are starting to take it seriously. I am concerned about it being like when you have one person who has the ability to launch, to build technology, to build all of that. We have that discussion with the Starlink satellites and that effect on astronomy here at home,
Yes.
both, casual hobbyists as well as professionals. But we can't stop it. There's no way to stop it. But I think, Mars is very difficult. And one book I love recommending to people is called Packing for Mars by Mary Roach. And
Yes.
she goes down all of the ways that space is hard. For me personally, I think in terms of like terraforming biodomes, all of that, we can figure that out. We can live underground. We can, we can do all that. The radiation, I think we still have to figure out. You're exposed to a lot of radiation once you leave our magnetic field.
Yes.
And Mars is bombarded with it because it doesn't have a magnetic field. That's why it doesn't have a strong enough atmosphere. It has 0.6% what we have, so hardly anything.
Yeah.
There's hardly any protection from radiation. And so that's something that we're really going to have to figure out. And I haven't really seen much on that sense yet. But all of that being said, like I said, I'm a Pollyanna when it comes to like my franchises, less so when it comes to the practicality of space travel. But I love the dialogue. I want people to be excited about it. I want people to think that this is attainable, that it might happen in our lifetime to send humans up there, even just to set foot on Mars. I think would be that we just got to do that first.
Yes. It's so amazing because, well, like for instance, because extrapolating out from the present day with Space Command, it's like my idea was, well, put people in caves, find the caves, seal those off, fill them with atmosphere. It's that makes sense because then you are shielded. And then as we go out to the outer moons, places like Titan, which has atmospheric pressure, but not a breathable atmosphere, and it's really cold. But again, you start to look at, okay, how would one survive? Or even when we were talking about Europa with that water ocean under several miles of ice, you start to think about, okay, it would be like living underwater. Could people do that? Potentially, but it's a long, long way out to that, to the outer planets, and then if you talk about a manned mission to another system, that's a whole nother category entirely.
Yeah. And people always ask too, this idea of, is it worth it? Like, why would we spend all the money to go out there? And for me, just as we're discussing, it's the challenge. It's the technological challenge, the ability to think outside the box, to go, okay, like we're screwing up our planet pretty good.
Yes.
We have it easy here and we're still managing to screw it up. But, the challenge of going to somewhere like Mars and just saying, okay, how would we do that? And start pushing that envelope.
Yes.
And the amount of technological advances that could happen from that challenge that could have a positive benefit here on Earth. This is why I will always advocate for space exploration and space travel, just because it's hard and that makes us mighty. And I love that.
And I also like the fact that, man is such a strange and interesting animal because we have such an enormous capability for destruction that it's built into us. We are an extremely violent creature. And yet we also have this amazing ability to look up at the stars and say, what are those? And find out. And so when we reach for the stars, when we go to Mars and the moon and all of these places we've gone with our robots and our people, it's the best of us. And amazingly, we haven't fought a war in space, and Trump is doing his damnedest to screw that up. But so far, space has not been militarized in that way. And I think part of it is because it's such an incredibly dangerous environment that people have to collaborate because there's not much room to fuck up. It's I was thinking recently about space and what on Earth might be somewhat analogous, and even the Arctic and Antarctic aren't analogous because you can breathe that air. The closest analogy is the deeper parts of the ocean because you cannot open a door. You cannot step outside. It is death, you know, and that's what space is inevitably. Or Mars, you know, again, you're not going to crack open your visor and just take a deep breath of that Martian atmosphere.
It's okay. I've been to Detroit, sir.
Right, really, exactly. Exactly. Yes.
I do have two more questions.
Great.
This next one is from, gosh, what was the name? I think it was, nope, I lost it. But they ask for Dr. McDonald, compared to real science, what are some of the weirdest concepts that you've seen, the weirdest sci-fi concepts that you've seen?
I love me some time travel and multiverse theories, especially when you try to explain time travel in a closed system.
Oh yeah,
that's hard.
Yeah.
That's hard. And trying, you know, and you can actually make time travel close to being scientific if you can try to get all those paradoxes fixed. And
that's the problem.
Hard to do.
Yeah.
It's really entropy is what screws it up, because things age over time, and once you break that, you've broken physics.
Yeah. And so time travel, I've written time travel very little because of the paradoxes, whereas parallel Earths is great fun. And I remember I wrote an episode of Sliders where I had, you know, in our dimension, quote unquote, you know, our hero built a machine to slide to parallel dimensions. So I created a parallel Earth where the duplicate of Quinn invented a machine that rather than doing that, it just, unbeknownst to him, it sent the entire population of the Earth, except for him, to a parallel Earth. So his Earth was instantly depopulated, and the other Earth doubled its population instantly with all these duplicates. And he thought for years that he was the last man on Earth, that he vaporized everyone. And then our guys show up and say, no, you just sent them somewhere. Let's go there and see what happened. And then the question is, do we slide that population back because people have formed marriages and have children and so forth, and how to make that decision? And it was great fun to play with that speculation. So I loved all of that stuff. And Adam, you said there was another question?
Yes, I got one more question from Wayne Goodman, who asks, and funnily enough, it's about time travel. Do you believe time travel might be possible? And if so, why haven't time travelers shown up in the past?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I kind of touched on why it's not possible. There's kind of two explanations. One is, you know, when you look at our universe, it's 4-dimensional. 3 dimensions are time, or 3 dimensions are space that we can move around in. 1 dimension is time that we have no control in. And when you look at it mathematically that way, like we have, in describing our own universe, locked us out of time travel. But the big physics law that this breaks is entropy. It's the idea that, you know, if you remember, if I'm throwing out a word that's bringing flashbacks of like chemistry 101 or something, then I apologize. But it's just that increased disorder. You know, if you leave your room alone, if you don't clean your room for months, it's going to get messier. At some point, it's not just going to fix itself. And time travel is breaking that. It's basically saying it loses all of our understanding of causality. That's the space-time stuff, how causality works. And then entropy, how things age and become increasingly disordered over time. We can't do that, but we can still play with it. And I'm so sorry I can't credit it, but I saw the funniest thing on Twitter where someone said, like, maybe the phrase hindsight is 2020 was a time traveler trying to send us a message. And it's just, life feels a little surreal now that we're wondering if a time traveler is screwing up all their fixes they're trying to make right now. So,
But it's interesting because that's one of the subgenres of science fiction where you can point to H.G. Wells and say, he's the one who first wrote about a machine that would travel through time. Yep. Prior to that, it was like people getting hit on the head, like in Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court. So
right.
Yeah. And by the way, when Adam was saying, you know, addressing you as doctor, I thought I should share with you, you know, what doctorate I would want. Because there's such hard work. The one I would love to get is an honorary one. So we just make
get out of writing that dissertation. High recommend.
Exactly. That's like being a colonel in the South. It's like Colonel Zickery. So glad to see you. You know, these honorary titles. But We only have a few more minutes, Erin, but this has been such a great conversation. So is there anything else you'd like to talk about? For instance, here's one. A lot of writers, even science fiction writers, are scientific lunkheads. And particularly in these political times where you have people who are actively, aggressively morons. So I don't know if you want to address that or speak to that at all, but please, you have the floor.
Yeah, I've been having a hard time these last couple months because I knew people didn't have a lot of respect for scientists, and I didn't realize how little respect people have for scientists. So it's been a little bit difficult. But I think, as a scientist, especially one who engages with the public, science communication is so important, and we so undervalue it when people get degrees in science, because we do so much hard work to think critically, to understand our universe, to really problem solve properly. And then we're given no education on how to communicate that to people. Yes. That's the hard part. And so as a science communicator, I always say the most important thing is to genuinely don't make people feel dumb. Because if you get approached with a question, when I used to go out, I'd meet people and they were like, oh, you're an astrophysicist. Okay, so I saw this article about black holes and I just have to ask, since you're here, I get that all the time. And if I dismissed them or made them feel dumb, they would not just, not want to ask a question again, but they would actively feel like science is against them and it's not accessible to them. And so that's why it's so important to kind of keep those lines of dialogue open. And to be accessible and not make people feel dumb. But that's the only thing I can do. And I gotta be honest, I'm losing a lot. I'm struggling. I'm really losing a lot of hope in people because it's just exponential curves are a thing. They're not just gonna turn around. Please.
Exactly. And one thing I wanted to mention before we go to our separate destinies is I'm very, as you know, I write and direct and produce with Elaine. There she is. Elaine.
Hi, Elaine.
Elaine. There she is. There she is. And so I've always been very strongly in favor of women in positions of power in television. And so I'm so glad, first of all, that you have the job you've got. And I think you are going to do very well in television. I think I will not at all be surprised when you become a showrunner and remember your friends. So.
Well, we have to start the minutes because
we work.
Well, do you have any questions, Elaine? Why don't you take a moment? No, you're talk about science.
And remember the voice of the person that asked questions from the audience too.
Yes, and definitely you can ask questions. But remember, you come from that era where they used to dissect frogs. And remember that great story of that girl in your class. If you want to share that, and I'll be right back. You can take the floor.
No. My story was we were dissecting things in high school, and we were dissecting and pinning a worm.
I remember doing those. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we had partners, and so I looked down at this worm. And I said to this girl who was seated beside me randomly, because we were partners, I said, would you like to pin it or draw it? Which do you want to do? Would you rather pin it or draw it? And she said, no, I can't look at it. I can't look at it. Neither you have to do both. And I said, no, we're dividing this up. You have to do one or the other, pin it or draw it. And she said, no. I said, but you have to. And she said, no, I don't. I'm a girl.
Ooh.
No.
No.
Famous
and so I cut it, pinned it, and drew it. But yes, scientifically, that was extremely odd.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's so hard. I meet so many people who just say, I love science but I'm just not good at it. And the next question I just ask is, without being flippant, but which teacher was it? There's always a teacher that made you feel that you couldn't do science, and it's hard to teach, but yeah, it's a shame. There's been lots of people who would have made great scientists who were put off of it at a young age.
Yes.
It's difficult.
And I'm so glad that we had Nichelle Nichols playing Uhura, because a lot of women went into the sciences thanks to that model. And then as you said, Janeway, and of course all the strong women characters in Star Trek. Well, this has been great, Aaron. I've really appreciated it. We'll definitely be talking a lot further in the near future, and at some point, I'm sure we'll grab a bite together when we won't be living under these interesting strictures. So,
Sounds good. Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and congratulations on today. I wasn't able to catch the whole premiere, but I caught some of it. It's really good. So congratulations. Keep up the awesome work, and we'll cross paths again soon.
Thanks, Aaron. Take care.
Bye.
Talk soon. Bye. There. Okay.
Okay,
So now, yes.
Okay,
Elaine,
so let
Barbara
me
Bain
give
is.
Barbara a call. I
Oh,
don't think she's
Yes.
she's not on yet.
Okay, and
leave it to you
I
to
will
bat.
I will talk and entertain questions and all of that. So so for those of you out there who are enjoying our one-day Space Command convention, here's a few things to know. Everything is being archived, so you can revisit it later. You can also watch Ripple Effect, again and again if you care to. And it's fascinating because as you see the entire season of Space Command and beyond, a lot of these characters and a lot of these situations that we have in that episode will become very clear as to who they are and what they're doing. We also have a Space Command family tree that is available for download. So I'm sure that Adam has posted a link, and that's great. And so so essentially, if anyone has questions, you're welcome to ask questions. We're going to be having a Kickstarter campaign in the near future, in the next few days. If you want to check out our Patreon page, please do. And there's many Space Command things that are going to be coming soon. There's the Space Command comic book, which that's the cover of issue 2 by Ian McCaig, and Ian's going to be here in about an hour's time, and then Victor Mansell will be here at 5:30. So I don't know, Adam, do we have any questions for from Mr. Sci-Fi?
None right now, but I will say that we did have a last minute. I don't know, should I say it? Because or do we want to do it as a surprise guest?
I don't. You tell me.
Well, I will say that Aaron Gaffey will be joining Victor Manso.
Yeah.
At the 5:30.
That's and that's wonderful, and it's great that we finally get to see him in the role of Matt Kemmer in Ripple Effect, and he's quite wonderful in that scene with Francois Chow. And if you look behind him in that scene, you'll see Elaine in her cameo as Lieutenant Emschwiller. And so that's really fun. And again, all the Space Command personnel are named after famous science fiction writers. In that case, Carol Emschwiller, who's the wife of Ed Emschwiller, the famous science fiction illustrator. So pretty exciting. So so we're going to be getting Barbara Bain online in a moment or two. But between now and then, we can talk about what's going on with Space Command. So we've got about 70% of the visual effects done on the second hour of Redemption. And we're building sets, building creatures, all sorts of stuff. And so it's an amazing time. And by the way, I should mention, of course, that this background is not a drop behind me as a green screen. This is actually our living room. That's the spacesuit that I used in World Enough in Time, and it's got Leonard Nimoy's life mask in it. And that's the spacesuit my mom bought me when I was 12 that was used on the Twilight Zone. That's a real spacesuit, and so on and so forth. And but it's, this is to have your own studio and your own spaceship sets is a dream come true, and to work with the likes of these actors I'm graced with is just terrific, and and to meet people like Aaron McDonald, and who is, again, it is a dream job for those of us who are into science fiction. Being able to work on Star Trek or any of these shows is terrific, because there's certain shows that get it right and that know what they're doing more or less, and then there's of course all of these other shows that are just like train wrecks, and one tries to be on the shows where one is allowed to do one's best work, as was mentioned earlier when Mike Harney was talking about being on different shows. And it's an amazing time for television, and it's an amazing time to be making television. So so that's sort of what's going on with us. Beyond that, of course, we're doing the Showrunners Network, where I'm creating 6 shows with Rockne O'Bannon and Mark Fergus and so forth, and we'll be talking more about that in the near future. But basically, Space Command Studios it hasn't closed during the pandemic. We've kept it down to like 1 or 2 people in the studio, and building sets and all of that. We've been very careful, but we have not slowed down production at all, because with Ripple Effect, we created an episode out of whole cloth. And as you saw, it was a very different kind of episode, but it gets into who these people are and allows you to really get under the skin with many of them. But I've known who those characters were for the last 5 years, and it's great to be able to finally have Armin Shimmerman playing Darian and Leah, and his daughter being played by Christina Moses, and all these wonderful characters that I knew we had that we didn't have a chance to share with with you guys. So and Adam, any other questions? Anything? Just sing out as questions occur to people, because and we can talk about Twilight Zone or Star Trek or any of those things in this as we're sitting here. I'm happy to share anything you guys would like to know. And we can actually go back. Let me see if I can do this. I will walk back.
I do have someone asking to go over the agenda again, which I can do.
It's going to be great.
As soon as we get Barbara Bain on, we'll start the Barbara Bain panel, which we do have quite a few Barbara Bain fans.
Great. That's great.
That are ready and waiting.
Yes, me too.
And then at 5:30, we're going to have poor Aaron Gaffey, although he's not poor Aaron Gaffey anymore.
He's not. He's finally gotten to be in Space Command.
He's got to be in space. And Victor Manso.
Yes, who plays
star of our Spanish scene. Yeah, our
Space Command. Yes,
Space Command scene in Spanish.
And
and then at 6 o'clock we have a full hour of
the designs of Space Command.
The designs of Space Command.
Yes, Elaine, go
Hi,
ahead.
Adam, I wonder if you could give Barbara a call. I think she's on the wrong. I think I just texted you her home number. I believe.
Okay.
The wrong.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Great.
I'm gonna I'll call her and go and mute myself.
Great. And I'll continue. Great. I'll continue here vamping. But for those of you who have not seen Barbara Bain's wonderful scene as Aunt Simone, we were just thrilled. I've loved Barbara Bain since I first saw her in Mission Impossible when I was a kid, and then of course she did Space 1999. She's phenomenal, and I met her recently, and she's in great shape. I've written a role for her in Sweet Haven, the show I'm creating with Rockne O'Bannon.
And she's here.
And Barbara's here. Okay, great. Well, bring her aboard, and we will. I'll walk over to where Elaine is, and we will have our conversation.
So
great.
Well,
there we go. There you are. You look great. There. Hi, Barbara.
Hi. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll bring you over to where Elaine is. Here's the wife.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, you look so much better when you're not insane.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
You look so much better than in your scene. Yeah.
Right.
But we must tell you how much we love the scene that you did. It was spectacular.
Oh, I'm glad.
Great job. And we just debuted the episode today, so the fans just got to see the 2-hour episode with your scene in it, and it's just wonderful. So we're thrilled.
Right.
So go for it.
So they've seen it.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, except for the ones who can't figure out the technology. So
I will say that.
Calls from
yes.
I was watching.
Good.
I was watching the live chat as the premiere was happening, and there were so many compliments on Barbara Bain's performance.
Yes, it's thrilling. It's really thrilling.
Who's talking?
That's Adam. He's our moderator. He's
our moderator.
He's kind of, yeah.
I'm the man behind the curtain.
Yes.
Is that you, Adam Sartan?
Yes, that's right. And so, but basically, we wanted to talk about your scene in Space Command, and also as the fans have questions, please pipe up, Adam, and you can tell what the questions are. But we were just saying, Barbara, that we were just so thrilled to meet you. And initially, I was writing a role for you in Sweet Haven, the show where everyone under 60 dies and the people over 60 have to save the world. And I've just finished writing that pilot, so we're going to be talking further about that and doing a Zoom table read of that. But then I had the idea of putting you in Space Command, and then it was coming up with the role of Aunt Simone for you.
She wrote some fancy words.
Well, it was so great to be able to have all these actors shoot in their own homes, and you did such a phenomenal job, and we just love the work. And then to also have the introduction where all the actors introduce their characters, that was very fun as well when we put that together, and you see it in Matrix.
That's good.
Yeah.
We talked to a lot of actors won't go where you went, especially a lot of the younger actors. They just won't.
Elaine, I can't hear you. You have to speak.
A lot of actors won't go where you went to get that scene.
In that scene.
In that scene.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Why
you
you
were.
got me.
Well, fortunately, Elaine wrote that scene, and she, because we co-wrote the episode, and Elaine wrote that scene. I knew it. I wanted to be the aunt. I think I don't remember if I took a crack at it or not, but Elaine wrote it, and because Elaine really understands, family members who are
We met with the pain of mental illness.
the pain of mental illness. Yes, and so
in terms of getting there, what was your process? Was it just internal, or do you know people who are really suffering from illness?
Well, I've met people along the way, of course. I don't have family members, so we might question some of us and find out. Who knows? Probably just, most actors, by the way, are, it's hard to separate us from them because we live in a fantasy world, but we know we're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference is not knowing we're doing it. So I think a lot of actors who come from fairly troubled places, most actors come from fairly troubled homes, depending on the extent, which in fact it was John Patrick Shamley, in one of his plays, says that I'm not going to quote him correctly, which is a shame. I'd rather have it clean, but I don't know it. That one of the, when the dog has a bunch of puppies and one of them is a runt, she kicks him out of the nest and then he becomes an actor.
That's great.
So, yeah. So there's a lot of that. And I think the very fact that we delve into ourselves and pull out all kinds of stuff we wouldn't dare talk about or behind the mask of a character.
Yes.
Gives us leeway to for where all our craziness goes.
Well, what drew you to the profession in the first place? Especially, it was like, it's bad for women now, but it was real worse back then.
I want to tell you that nothing I knew about as a child drew me to this. I'd never imagined it. I was a very shy, surprise, nobody would believe it now, but a kid who read all day and night. I was a reader and still am a reader. And of course, in retrospect, didn't I play all the parts? I mean, isn't that acting? Wasn't I Anna Karenina waiting in the train station and he never shows up? I mean, didn't I go through every drama with it? But I didn't realize that. I was just a happy reader. Reading was everything to me. And I started out, I really discovered dance first. In college, University of Illinois, and I discovered it because I didn't want to go to PE and wear a really awful gym suit. Awful. I just rebelled, and I walked down the hall and found something called Orchesis, which was a modern dance group, and I fell in love. And I haven't been the same. I still take dance class three times a week. Just class, because I love to move. I just love to move. I'm very happy moving. I'm not pinned. I'm not very happy. So given that, I went to New York to study with Martha Graham. That's what I did.
Wow.
And I then somebody dragged me into an acting class. I said, I'm not an actress. I'm a dancer. Not only that, we were so uppity because we were doing modern concert dance. We weren't doing Broadway dance, excuse me. So we had our heads up, hair pulled up and a leotard up to here and down to here, not like they are today. And somebody took me to an acting class, and a lot of things had happened. A lot of other things that happened where it was harder and harder in the dance world at the time. It had kind of slumped, and we were dancing for each other at the YMHA. There was the audience. So I went to this class and I went, oh, look at this. I couldn't do any of it. I couldn't walk and talk at the same time because we didn't speak, dancers didn't talk. We were far above that or some such thing. It wasn't how we were expressed anything. Anyway, I stayed a year and a half in classes because I knew I didn't know what I was doing. And I had Strasberg as a teacher. I had all these I had Graham and Strasberg, two master teachers to have exposed to as a young artist.
Wow.
I wish every young artist that kind of experience. And then I went out, first audition, got the first 3 jobs I ever auditioned for right in a row.
Wow.
And never carried a tray after that or did anything. Acted the entire, till this day. And I'm still in love with it all. It's a fascinating art form because it's ephemeral, it's gone. Not when you're doing film or television. Theater, certainly it's gone. It's a communal art, oddly enough. You have to work with other people. You're not painting alone. And it's always, there's always puzzles to solve. And always interesting, always challenges. You know, there are certainly challenges in this material for me. So I would have actually preferred if we could be together in a room so we could talk.
Yeah.
Yes.
We could run it once this way and once that way and a piece of this and a piece of that. I don't mean all day long, just a couple more times to find it. But that was it. That's what we did. So, and it was new to me to do it. So what did you ask me? Forgive you the longest answer in America.
No, it was great. It was great, Barbara. And Adam, remember to jump in if there are questions, please.
Oh, you have a turn.
Yeah.
Hi, Adam.
Yeah, but the fun part is that you know, I'd long wanted to work with you, and so working with you is a thrill, and it was just so great to see when you did the scene. How, I mean, it's a spectacular scene, and you're just so great in it. And the role I've written for you in the other show in Sweet Haven is totally different because in that you're a police chief and a very strong woman, and you know, and you'll see when I send you the script, but it's very different. So I like giving actors. When I have an actor who has range, I love to give them things that utilize all of those.
That's the fun of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's great fun. It's great.
We do have a bunch of questions coming in. We're just filtering them. And,
sure.
We've got a question from Xena is Lucy, who asks, first she says there's so many famous guest stars on Space 1999. What guest star was your favorite to work with?
What guest star was my favorite?
In Space 1999 to work with?
Oh, Lord, you know, we were in London, which meant all the stage actors came and worked with us. Oh, one after another. They were all heaven. I mean, I can't think of one that wasn't just absolutely fabulous. Funny things, Christopher Lee, who you probably all know.
Sure.
Very tall man to start with. He's probably 6'6" or what. And because of the part he played, he was supposed to be even enormously unreachable. So he was on an apple box. Christopher Lee never had to stand on an apple box in a set. And I usually would have been put on one to talk to him, but instead I had to talk to him up there somewhere. And it was fun, just the idea of putting Christopher Lee, this very tall man with quite a career, on the apple box. Maggie Layton came on. She was just wonderful. All these phenomenal actors from the stage because they're right there in town, you know, and it's different than here across country and all that stuff. So,
wow.
Very good.
I can't tell you every one of them.
No, but
those two come to mind, but they were just, every one of them was just absolutely wonderful.
I've got another question from
Becky
Eisenhuth, who says, in Space 1999, you worked closely with a young actor who played Jackie Crawford. Do you take a different approach while working with children than when you work with adult actors?
Well, no more different than you are with an adult or a child. I mean, you're not the same with an adult or a child in life, are you? So it's hard to define it, but you're different with a child than you are with an adult. And on a set, I couldn't qualify the difference, but certainly I know I'm with a child instead of an adult. There's a knowledge. Life's knowledge that you're different with an adult than with a child.
So
Now you had a background with theater and wonderful, wonderful work, wonderful writing, but then you were in television. Did you ever find yourself impatient with the scripts, or were you able to just go with the flow?
Well, actually, in the beginning, when I first came here, I was right from the theater. And I had grown up with reverence for those playwrights that were, contemporary and doing extraordinary things. And I came out here, I started doing one television show after another. I came here with a play, a Broadway play, here being Los Angeles with a 26-city national tour. I was very theater kind of bred. And I'd read these scripts and there would be like what I call a bump. Why did she say this now? So all night I'd be trying to figure it out because I'd give credence to the writer always. Must be the writer. Maybe that sentence is a whole key to the character. It's going to illuminate everything. By the end of the night, I'd say, just say it fast. To myself. Stop worrying it. Just say it fast. That became a kind of but just from the inside of it all, sometimes that's what you have to do, just say it back. Mission Impossible was so purely ready to go that there was only one time ever that I walked up to the writers and we would get the script the night, we were still shooting one episode, we get it for the next morning, we'd start another one. I'll be in the makeup room reading it, what are we doing? And there was one thing and I walked up and I said, I want to ask you, you want to ask us on page 6. She has this characteristic. That's from an old script. We don't have it anymore. Once.
Wow. Wow.
90, 180, I don't know, 200, whatever episodes we did, so many.
Wow.
And it was so meticulously cared for. Also that I was in it, maybe it was the first year, I'm not sure. And somebody came down, I was on the set and said, will you come? We want to loop a word, loop something. Okay, so I walked down there. It was an O. It wasn't, dial. It was like, that's how meticulous Bruce Geller was.
Wow. Wow.
So, and everybody around him. So we were in good hands. You just knew you were in good hands.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was how I really, I'd done a lot of television before that, but that experience was extraordinary for a young actress. Everything about it for me.
Yeah. Well, it was also fun because that was the Desilu lot that then became Paramount.
Yes.
And you guys were shooting at the same time as the original Star Trek, so there was a lot of.
Star Trek was next door.
Yes.
And the only thing I can tell you about Star Trek in terms of Star Trek. I wasn't a star person. Don't all get mad at me and shoot me. It was like family. It was like next door. So we'd wander in there when we had 10 minutes, talk to Bill, talk to Leonard. Well, we happened to be, Bart and I both happened to be in there when Freddie Phillips was doing the ears. He invented the ears for Leonard. We were in the makeup room. We were all laughing and carrying on. Do you like this ear, that ear? And a whole bunch of ears. So that's all I can really tell you about any intimate connection to Star Trek was Leonard and his ears and Freddie Phillips, the makeup man.
Yeah.
Who was wonderful.
Yeah.
So I have another Space 1999 question, if you're ready.
Yes.
In the episode entitled One Moment of Humanity, you got a chance to do a modern dance with guest star Lee Lawson. Did you suggest that dance? How did it come about?
I don't know. Who is that? Who did I dance with?
Lee Lawson.
Lee Lawson?
Oh, Lee Lawson, yes. Yes, with my costume being sewn up behind me. It wasn't finished yet. Lee and no, it was I don't know why. It showed up and I did it.
And how much fun was it to take your Martha Graham background?
Oh, it's always fun. It's always fun. It was great fun. I had one time when I had to be an ape lady, half an ape, half a person. And I had a big scream I had to do, like it was supposed to be kind of primal and like an animal. And I never done that. So I went up in the dress. I was going to do it after lunch. So I went up in the dressing room by myself. we got this big animal scream, and then, oh, okay, now I'm gonna do it. That was my rehearsal in the dressing room. I didn't want to just do it the first time on the set, because what if I didn't get a nice animal sound? So there are all kinds of funny things in terms of space, which is all kinds of wonderful moments that you adjusted to. I had that costume on when one of my daughters, probably she'd prefer I not say which one, came home for the first time with a boyfriend. And I had gotten into the car in my ape costume because I didn't want to take it all off at the studio. So here comes Mom. God, she was very embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know she was bringing someone. I would have tried to take off some of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But that ape stays in my memory as a result.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
No,
space was very interesting to shoot because for a series, it had a standing set that took a day to light.
Wow.
And almost every standing set on any show is small. You get in there, you can shoot in half a day. That's the reason it's a standing set. Used to be. Now they're a little bigger. They can move around a little more, or seem to want to, or write it that way. That set took all day to light.
Wow. Wow.
So yeah, exactly. So it took many more days to shoot those episodes in here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now you've had such a long experience in theater and in TV and film. What are there any directors that really stand out to you as very good, or without naming names, very
I
obvious?
will not name names.
Okay.
I've had some who were so not useful, but unuseful and almost what? I can't. They're funny stories for me in an intimate situation with friends, but I wouldn't say, and I won't say who anyway. I've probably had 5 really wonderful ones. Really wonderful. Most of the kids that came out of film school, they're nice kids. They're wonderful. They know everything about the camera, and they know nothing about acting. And they don't have to, but they have some need to know how to relate to an actor. So when they do ask me sometimes, how do I talk to actors? Because they're bereft. They come out with no experience in that regard. They need it more. They should have some academic courses. Maybe some do. I don't know. I'm not totally experienced in that academic world. But so they say, well, what can I do? How do I talk to actors? And I tell them, well, I can't tell you in 2 minutes because everybody comes from a different background. Everyone was trained differently. Some of them are not trained. Some of them are nice. Some of them are not nice. It's like trying to discuss the whole human race. But I can tell you 3 words that would be very useful to the actor. Don't look worried. Because when they're at the camera and they're making this face, because somebody just came and told them that they're not getting the car for the next scene, or they're 4.5 hours late, or some bad news, which always shows up, and they get that expression, the actor thinks it's them right away. Now they forget they were cast. He liked me or she liked me when they cast me. That's gone. What did I do? What have I done wrong? And tighten up. And then they can't function. An actor cannot function tight.
Wow.
So I say, don't look worried.
It's interesting.
No matter what's happening, if the deluge is coming, the water's 2 blocks away, and you got to shoot a scene, don't look worried.
It's interesting when I did theater. When I did theater, and I was directing theater, I found whenever I made a note, the actors would be aware and would be thrown.
Yes.
So I got to a point where I had memorized the entire script.
Oh, wow.
I memorized every note so that at the end I could go over without looking down at all the notes so that they wouldn't ever have to be just
right. Yeah. I don't do that. I do have to have an assistant when I'm in theater because I don't want to look at the pages. I want to look at the actors.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
I don't like it when I'm up there and the person's going around with me with the lines. It's like, what are we doing here? Okay. But what I do, I tell them I'm writing, probably these are script points. I'm concerned about script points. So that's what I'm writing here. And it could be, or something I want there for the actor, for the script. So I tell them that ahead of time, because I'm taking some notes, but it's script points. And I'll ask that person, what page are we on? And that's all I need to know. And then I'll go back to the page. I'll find what it is. I was just going to direct a lovely, lovely new play at the Blank Theater before this pandemic started. We were all cast. We finally gotten the perfect cast. Not easy. And we had a schedule, which is also not easy around everybody's schedule. And the day before we went into rehearsal, we were canceled.
Geez.
And it's right when you're all bubbling and excited and thinking, oh, what am I going to do with, oh, I'd love to do that there. What about, hey, that would work there. You've got 108 ideas cooking.
Well, we're almost ready for our next panel, but we do have one last question, which is very close to what you were just talking about. The question is from Catherine Riley Cuglietta, and it's, what play would you still most like to act in or direct?
I'm sorry, I don't hear the question.
The question, Barbara, was, what play would you most like to act in or direct at this stage of your career?
Oh, Lord. I'm not a planner. Never have been. But what I'm great at is whatever shows up, running with it. So I'm not busy figure out what to do next. There is one play, but I don't want to mention it because I'm in negotiation on it now. And it is the only play that I've ever considered that I really want to do.
Wow.
So I'm getting very stubborn about it. We'll see what happens. I'll let you know when I know.
Great, thanks. Well, this has been lovely, Barbara. We've really enjoyed talking with you, and and we'll be in touch very, very soon. And thanks so much for the great work.
Oh, thank you. That's so nice to hear. You guys are so cute.
Yeah. Well, we just celebrated our 43rd anniversary. So
you're kidding. 43?
Yes, pretty exciting. So
you were in grade school when you got married.
Yes, exactly. Ran away to elope at 5. But thanks so much. And again, you did a spectacular job in the scene. We
That's so
love
good
it.
to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You take care.
You too.
Everybody take care. You take care. Little square.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. We'll talk soon.
Take care.
Yeah.
Okay. I go here.
Oh.
Right?
I think I have it.
There we go.
Okay, good. So
we're ready for Aaron Gaffey and Victor.
Excellent. Let's bring them out. Bring them out from the digital.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Wow, there's Aaron Gaffey.
Hello, Aaron.
Wow. Yes, Irene Gaffey is connected audio. So
well, it's my wife's computer.
They all say that. They all say that. You know, you don't have to make excuses for your odd habits. So, hello, Victor. Hello, Victor. It's good to see you. So,
I fixed it for you.
So, first of all, you're both spectacular in Ripple Effect. We love the job that both of you did. It's just amazing to see you. You know. Use your thespian abilities, and so let's talk about this, because I think it's fascinating the way you both got involved with Space Command and the journey that it has been. And I think so. Why don't we start with you, Aaron? Talk about how you first heard of Space Command and the journey you've been embarked upon.
Well, it was a very short time ago. Like, it was just earlier this year. No, it was in 2012. Just like Ethan, I submitted to the Actors Access and then did an audition tape and worked the way up. And I was actually the strongest memory was doing that screen test when we were doing the Bradbury Kemmer readings together with the test fight sequences and all that other stuff. And I left and I just kind of let it go. I was like, there's no way I'm going to get this. It's over. And I was at home in Minnesota, small town Minnesota, no internet service or no phone service. but I did have Wi-Fi. So I got the email from, I can't remember the casting director's name off the top of my head, but she was like, by the way, can you call us right now? And it was 10 p.m. My parents are already asleep. And I was like, sure. So I found my dad's cell phone, called, and you guys are like, you're Matt Kemmer. Can you do Comic-Con? Or can you shoot something? You wanted me to shoot a promo too. And I was like, well, I'm in Minnesota. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. And then you're like, okay, that's perfect. Then come to Comic-Con. I'm like, all right. So we showed up there, and that was just merely 2012 to 2020, just 8 little years ago.
Yeah, well, you know, we've been joking throughout the day that what we're planning is sort of, this is the science fiction equivalent of Boyhood, you know. So, you know, and
well, an adjective got stuck to your name, which was poor
Aaron Gaffey,
yeah.
because you never got to be in the uniform, you never got to shoot your scenes. And see, it's ironic, and I think you know this, which is originally when we had the initial Space Command campaign, I had this idea of a worldwide talent search where for the Captain Kemmer and Cadet Bradbury roles, and we got 7,000 inquiries, 1,200 video auditions, and then chose you and Ethan McDowell and Brian McClure for the roles. And initially it was only Matt Kemmer because originally it was just going to be that 2-hour script, which was entitled Empire, and it would have starred you. It was going to star you and Christina Moses and Ethan Phillips and Armin Shimmerman. And the problem was that during the campaign, which was 2 months long, I was doing interviews every single day, media interviews about Space Command. And as I talked about it, the story grew and grew and grew until it became a 4-hour story. It started as a 2-hour story. Then it was a 4-hour story, then a 6-hour story, then an 8-hour story, and finally a 12-hour season. And immediately, as soon as I finished the campaign, I sat down and wrote the first 8 hours of Space Command. Well, the problem was that your episode, which was originally going to be the only one and the first one, in the chronology, it ended up being the 4th one. And so it was like, oh no. And because the 2-hour pilot had 1,800 visual effect shots, it's taken a while to get that episode done. And so therein hangs a tale. But the great part is because of the pandemic and this new opportunity of doing an episode where the actors all shot their own scenes, we thought, oh, this is going to be great. We can put you into the uniform and put you onto the Paladin. And if you notice, Elaine is one of the officers behind you on the Paladin, which is hilarious. And
but you did such an amazing job.
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah,
spot on.
Oh, that was such a great monologue too. And to get it took me back to the original conversations that we had during the screen test of who Matt was.
Yes.
Where Ethan's Jack Kemmer is a very different character. Matt has more troubled upbringing and has just got a little bit more jagged edges to him. And then to get that monologue instantly, it was like everything just started clicking in my head where I was like, that's right. That's who this guy is. There's no BS to him. It's just like, I know right and wrong, and I know the bureaucracy, and I know when the bureaucracy is bullshit.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And and it's really fun because in this episode, Ripple Effect, we get to see the characters in Matrix. We get to see them in their families, with their families. And that's super fun because you rarely see that in science fiction where there's the dad and there's the son and then the grandson and the great-grandson and the great-great-grandson. So we get to see, so for instance, the character of Ed Kemmer, who's Jack Kemmer's son, in Ripple Effect, there are 3 different actors playing that character. There's the baby, the Ed Kemmer in his 20s, and then Ed Kemmer, J.G. Hertzler, when he's in his 70s. And that was super fun. And that grandfather of J.G. Hertzler is the one who raises your character when you discover who you really are as a teenager, and which we get into in Empire. So now going to you, Victor. So tell us a little bit about how you first came upon Space Command and your journey.
It was a fascinating thing, actually, because I remember that when you guys were doing your first search, I think and you had your first Kickstarter, I saw the video, and I remember that I thought I should submit for this, and for some reason I don't know why I ended up not submitting. I don't remember why. And what happened then? I was working at a movie theater at the time, which was a movie theater that Mark frequents and Elaine as well. And I started seeing you.
This is back when there were movie theaters.
Exactly, back in the day. And I remember that I saw you from afar, and I remember that my brain went. I was able to recognize. I was like, oh, that's the guy from the Space Command project.
Mhm.
And I saw you a few times like that, and then eventually you came to the restaurant of the movie theater, and I was a host at that time. And I remember that I told you, it's like, hey, how's your Space Command thing going? And you were super open and excited to talk about it.
Yeah.
And we were talking on the host end for a while, and you at one point, I think you asked me, I told you, it's like, oh, I thought about auditioning for it, but for some reason I didn't do it. And I think you literally said to me, oh, I think we're having auditions tomorrow or the day after. It was just one of those, like, the timely circumstances for it was crazy. So I remember that I went and I auditioned, and then you called me and you told me, I remember when you called me to tell me that you wanted me in the project. I was actually shooting another short film, and I remember that you telling me, we really like what you did. We want to give you this character. In the first part of the story, it doesn't have any lines, but it later develops. And I remember that for me, the excitement was the idea of going to space as a character. You know, it was the concept of having an opportunity to be on a spaceship and be a part of like a fleet and in space was very exciting.
Yeah.
And so I said yes. And I remember being on set and getting there, putting on the uniform, and then we did that scene. And it was crazy because I remember there was just this very small, brief, simple thing. And but then when I met you guys next, you told me that you really liked it and that you actually wanted to bring me back later with like lines to develop the character more, much more. And I just remember that I was like, oh yeah, absolutely, like, let's go. So it really was an incredible journey, and it was also amazing because the people that I've gotten to meet, like everyone in the cast and crew, have been such an amazing group of people that it's a pleasure to have been able to get to know all of them.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's
well,
great.
we were really blown away by the fact that you could do so much without lines.
Yes.
And so afterwards we said, we've got to give him, really something much more substantial. And we're very impressed that when you were on set, you were getting inside the character and really creating a relationship you had with the captain that wasn't written in specifically, but you as his protector, that you were really creating doubling up on the character.
Well, you use this thing called acting, and we were won over.
I've heard about that. Yes.
Yeah. It'd be amazing how many people we hire who don't have that skill. But no, it's a joke. We were very careful who we cast. We were very, very happy with our cast. But my idea all along was to, because we have access to very famous actors and are able to cast them very readily, I also wanted to give people a chance who weren't well established, and that's great fun. That's why I had the worldwide talent search to begin with. But there's a whole, and at some point we probably should do a panel on actors we've cast from restaurants, because we do that a lot.
That's on my resume.
Yeah, really. Well, David Snyder, who plays Jack Kemmer's son, he's a waiter at the Granville on Ventura Boulevard, and we said, my God, he looks like Ethan as a young man. And then we said, can you act? And it's like, yep. And bang, off we go. But the fun part about working with you is, Victor, is that several things. One of the things I love about science fiction, and you and I have talked about this, is that Hollywood is so shitty in how it stereotypes Black people, Latinos, Asians, blah, 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 blah. And it's just such a waste of talent and such a perversion of reality. And obviously we're seeing that in Black Lives Matter now. But the great thing about science fiction, you don't even have to engage in that bullshit at all, because science fiction, you can just say, okay, we don't have to deal with that unless we choose to overtly, like I did in my Deep Space Nine episode in Far Beyond the Stars. But the fun part was, so I cast you, and then of course you were great, and then we built up who your character was. Now the challenging part is that all the characters in Space Command, all the Space Command officers, are named after famous science fiction writers, except for Kemmer. Kemmer is named after Ed Kemmer, who was the lead star in the Space Patrol TV show in the 50s. And I met him, and he was amazing, wonderful guy. But all the other ones are named after Sturgeon and Bradbury and all these science fiction writers that I grew up reading. So when I got to your character, originally, before I cast you, the character was named Murray Leinster. and you really don't look like a Murray Leinster. And so I thought, okay, well, who are this fantasy or science fiction writers who are Latino and or Spanish? And as a kid, I'd read Jorge Luis Borges, who's a very wonderful writer, very great fantasy writer. And so I named your character Jorge Borges after him. And then, of course, in Forgiveness, in the second 2-hour story, we gave you a much bigger role. And then you and I got together a few months ago before the pandemic, and I said, I'm very interested in doing a story in Spanish. And because, again, I think that there's such great opportunities in science fiction and in television. And now thanks to world television, we're reaching a world audience. And thanks to Netflix airing foreign TV shows here, people are watching shows in different languages. And I started that idea with Mira Furlan and Jelena speaking Serbo-Croatian, but I knew I absolutely wanted to do Spanish. And so when we got Ripple Effect, I had this idea that just, okay, let's have him contact his dad, and he's introducing his fiance to his estranged father. And I just love that scene, and I love the way you did it.
You did an amazing job with that scene
Yeah.
in terms of subject.
I mean, you both of you kicked the shit out of your scenes. I mean, it was just great. And again, as you know, I think I mentioned this to you, Aaron, and I mentioned it to our fan base today. If there's a scene that has cursing, that tells you that Elaine wrote it.
Yeah.
So, so if someone's called an asshole or a shithead or whatever, that's Elaine. That's Elaine's fingerprints all over it. So.
I like her style.
Yeah, she's the foul-mouthed vegetarian.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And but in terms of your scene, as you know, Victor, I wrote a book with Guillermo del Toro not long ago, and that's what led me to Doug Jones initially. How I ended up becoming friends with Doug and casting him in Space Command. But Guillermo, went deep. I wrote a book, Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities, with Guillermo, and we went deep into his life, and his family won the lottery and went from being lower, poor basically, to upper middle class. And his dad bought him these encyclopedias. And so there's a lot of Guillermo's past in what I give you as a character. And so I don't know if you want to speak about that scene or your fellow actors in it. And you also translated into Spanish because I don't speak Spanish.
Yes, you could have done anything.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it because, I think it's just the idea of Latin culture sort of transcending the barriers of the planet or the planet, and going beyond, and being Martians and being Latinos, as I say. It's something that I think is one of the things that I appreciate or that I like, is that it opens the opportunity of presenting this story without the necessity of having to sell or lean into the struggle of the current time today of Latinos and everything, because there is a place for that, and I believe there is a place for that struggle. But I also know that there's a lot of freedom that I had during my childhood about my ability to not, not feeling like I was being targeted because of my race, because I was growing up in a country where our identity has not to do with color. It's a thing. We are all very varied because of the diversity of our ancestry of Spaniards and Native Americans and Africans, and so there is a beauty of sort of making it almost like, of course it makes sense that of course there is a Latino guy who is obviously a pilot and is also on Mars, and he is actually terraforming the planet. Like there is no need to sort of lean into it. Like, look, there is it's more, just presenting. There's this story because it's just another individual of the human race. And I feel like there is a power to that, of the influence of the people that are growing up, where it's not, they not only are going to be watching the things that show us the struggles of our ancestry and our current times and how we're trying to find and be accepted, but I think there's also a lot of power where we have our people that look like me, and they are in places of power, of authority, or a leading man, and that there is no need to kind of like point it out, but rather it's organic, it's natural, because that's what it should be.
Yes.
So I appreciate that about it, that it's just a story about a father and a son wanting to get his father to go to Mars with him because he wants to get married, he wants to keep growing the family, and he wants his father to be there for it. And yes, they are Latino, and the Latino culture is alive there and surviving and representing, but at the same time, the core of it is about their relationship, their humanity, which is what it should be about, especially when the world is no longer the limit, but rather the universe is the expansion of where we're going.
Yes, and it's fun. It was really fun with that scene, and also with your scene, Aaron, because one thing Elaine and I both feel, and it's fun because Elaine and I write and direct and produce Space Command together, but certain scenes she might be the front, the key writer, and then I might tweak her stuff, or vice versa. So, for instance, your scene with Matt Kemmer, Elaine had an idea of him being this kind of scrappy, rough around the edges guy. Yeah, and that was great. I love that. And whereas with the scene with Victor, I was sort of the lead dog on that. And but the fun part was that characters are defined by their compassion in Space Command, and both of your scenes are scenes of compassionate characters, and I love that fact. And I love and Francois Chow. I mean, he's terrific in the scene with you, Aaron, because he. It's so funny because he's the lead villain on The Expanse, and I started recognizing his name, and then I remembered finally that he had actually starred in one of Elaine's plays about 25 years ago when he was a young actor, and
he was staggeringly handsome.
Yes, and so I reached out to him. I reached out to him, and he was that guy. And that's how he came aboard Space Command. But he did a great job. And again, the fun part is for both of you with this pandemic episode, that you were acting with actors where they were shooting their scene in their place, you were shooting your scene in your place, and then we were marrying it all together. So, but I think both of your scenes are terrific. And but also it's fascinating to work within a science fictional context because, for instance, with your scene, Victor. At the end where he says, we'll go to the canals and we'll see our reflections, we'll say we're Latinos and we are also Martians. That was, as I mentioned to you, a callback to my friend Ray Bradbury in the Martian Chronicles. The last story in the Martian Chronicles is called it's where the family from Earth goes to look in the canals and they say they're the Martians. It's a very famous story called The Million Year Picnic. So that was because Ray was such a dear friend and mentor. That was sort of a tip of the hat to Ray that science fiction fans will certainly recognize. And so it's just really fun. And then again, you have all of these callbacks to family. So with both of your characters, you are very much shaped by family in both.
So when we actually do shoot your piece, which I hope if people give us money, we'll be able to shoot much sooner than later.
Aaron's,
yes,
yeah. We'll try and have it be not another 8 years.
But yes, you'll be deal with your.
I'm Captain Matt Kemmer. It's gonna
have to
wheel me over there.
You have to deal with your extremely damaged dad. Who took a very different route.
Yeah, well, because that's the fascinating thing, and that's something we haven't really gotten into, which is that. Jack Kemmer, well, Anson Kemmer is a captain in Space Command, initially the U.S. Space Force, interestingly enough. Jack Kemmer is his son, who's captain of the Paladin. Then his son is Ed Kemmer, who ends up becoming head of the fleet as an old guy. And then his son is Frank, who's the black sheep of the family and becomes like a space pirate, basically. And you're not even raised knowing you're a Kemmer, and then bang, you find out the truth. And so this is all very, very fun to play out the arc of that family relationship. And then with Victor, now you've got a wife, now you've got a dad, so it's like it's going to be very interesting.
With all of our lead characters, it was however screwed up they were or rough around the edges, it was what made them the hero was they made compassionate choices.
Yes, that's what defines a hero in the Zikri universe. It's the villains are those who lash out and heroes are those who reach out. So it's really, really cool.
Which was important to us. And one of the things that made Mark want to write it and for me to come on board was the fact that we were seeing a lot of heroes on network television who were not in any way admirable people.
Yeah, well, this is also the period we're coming out of now of the anti-hero, where Breaking Bad is a great show, Battlestar Galactica was a great show, but they're very dark shows. And Star Trek, which premiered when I was a kid, said we can create a better future, but we've got to reach across boundaries and barriers. We have to be brave and compassionate. And that, except every now and then, Shatner would blow up a robot or a computer that was, giving people a good life or whatever, overthrow. It's fascinating, the duality of the original Star Trek, because they're talking about not interfering with other cultures, and every week they're overthrowing whatever culture is not like ours, and they're saying, here, there's something called democracy. Let me read you the Constitution of the United States, and it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, imperialism. But That said, now Adam is moderating. Do we have any questions, Adam? I don't want to.
Yes. Yeah, we have a question for both of our actors. What is it like, or what is it like to be on a TV series that's online? So like for now anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it's wide open. You're not, it's not a dedicated time slot. And it's like I said, it's more open, that it's out there for everybody.
Yes.
And I think that is the goal of Space Command anyway, is to get it for people, to send it out to everybody.
Well, in this way, I think the both of you are sort of like monks joining a monastery where you embrace a life of poverty. And it's like, but seriously, the great part of it, of course, is that, for instance, we posted the first 2-hour episode just a few weeks ago, and we've already hit 600,000 views, which is more viewers than many TV series on Netflix or any of these other platforms or networks. But obviously now we're pitching to Amazon, we're pitching to Netflix. I'm teaming with a number of showrunners on the Showrunners Network to basically punch through, with Space Command being part of that. And we're in conversations with investors to bring in an initial amount of $20 million. So that changes the game significantly.
But even from Kickstarter, the thing that excited us the most, yes, it was multicultural, and it cut across nations.
Yes.
So we were getting interested parties from all over, and that's great because geekdom is everywhere.
Yeah.
And the desire for people to have a one world of people of good intent is everywhere.
Yeah.
And so that is particularly exciting, especially in times like these.
Well, the great thing about this is we don't have to ask permission from anybody. It's like, we're going to cast a guy from Venezuela, fine. Or some guy who's Caucasian, I mean, it's a bold choice we made in casting a white guy. And but seriously, if you just even look at the actors we have on today, it's like, okay, we've got Barbara Bain, who's 87, or we've got Christina Moses, who's mixed race, and so forth. And like, and some of the actors are very famous, some are not famous. It doesn't matter. We're casting talent. And if they can deliver the scene, if they can create a character that we love, and collaborate with us, you guys are our partners. And so it's like, I much prefer this than working with the networks. I mean, I remember when I was on Sliders, and in American television, anytime you wanted a character who wasn't white, you had to specify in the script that it was like, okay, this is a Chicano nun. Okay. And I remember they said, when I was writing that in Sliders, they said, does she have to be Latina? And I said, could she be white? And I said, no, she has to be Latina. But I had to say that as a producer on the show. And it's because that was like, they view that, I guess, as a smaller talent pool or whatever. But it's like, I don't give a fuck. I want
words.
Well, yeah, sorry, that's you can save that one for a script, Elaine. But you remember that word for your next scene that you write. But the point being that I want the world that I write about to be like the world I live in. And I love the variety of people in my world. I mean, it's like, where someone might have a girlfriend from Australia or Israel, or their mom, comes from Spanish or Cuban heritage or whatever. Because, we live in LA, and, just sit on, well, when it's not a pandemic, sit on any street corner and just watch who goes by. And I love the fact that anyone there's no such thing as, oh, an American looks like this. No. An American looks like anyone from anywhere in the world, because that's what America is, except for a few stupid presidents, and so that's why I write, gay, straight, everything, because that's the world.
Given the challenges of this community, I'll ask what I've been asking all along. Whoever wants to go first, what drew you to this crazy, painful profession of acting?
I sort of fell into acting by accident, or you could call it grace, whatever you want to call it, because the way that it happened was that I failed a year in high school, and the school that I was in was very tough. And once I failed the year, they kind of said, well, we would like if he were to do his other year elsewhere. And so I was put in a school that it was just a few hours a day. It wasn't that as demanding. So I had a lot of free time during my afternoons, and my mom said, well, you got to do something with your life. and a friend of hers knew a artistic director of a theater company. They introduced me to them. I went to a workshop on the weekends, and it was just one of those things that the discovery of it just blew my mind. And in just an instant, in just 2 weeks, I knew that I was home. And I never approached acting with the concept of show business in my head until later on when I came to the US and I started deciding to pursue it as a career, because the first 5 years of my career as an actor, I was working with a theater company, and we were just basically doing things for the love of what we wanted to do. We were just working. There was no concept of audition or anything because it was an ensemble group that I was just very blessed to be a part of. And so I was just for 5 years straight, my first 5 years straight doing theater was, oh, we're doing this play now, and now we're rehearsing to do this play now, and now we're rehearsing to do this play now. So there was a bit of a wake-up call afterwards when I came to the US and I started pursuing it and realized, oh, okay, it's not just for the love of art. There's a lot of intricacies that I'm gonna have to deal with, not just from the perspective of learning to protect myself and my belief in myself and my talent, but also learning to navigate the business side of show business. So I don't know that my younger self, if I would have explained to him what I know now of all the things they would have had to do if it would have even bothered, to be honest, just because I went in like, oh, acting, I just show up every day to this place and we do theater. And so, but I am, I don't know. It's arduous. It can be incredibly demanding. Sometimes it's not very grateful of a profession, but when you love it and you know that that's the thing that you want to do, you love every journey that you take with it.
That's great. And Aaron, did you have an origin story?
Yeah. Like all of us, it sounds like it came on accidentally almost. I went to a very, very, very small high school. I graduated with, after the schools combined, 63 people in my class.
Wow.
And so there was no theater program. And a couple of friends and I got together and we asked the English teacher if she could help us put on a play. Like, let's put on a play. So of course we did Our Town, and I auditioned for it and ended up getting the role of the stage manager, which is just on stage the whole time telling the whole story.
Wow.
And then after that, that was the senior year of high school. I went to college and didn't really think about the experience that I had doing the show. But then there was an audition that came up for Night of the Iguana by Tennessee Williams for the main stage production at St. Cloud State, where I went to college. And I auditioned for it, and I got the role of Wolfgang that just kind of walks on and walks off a couple of times, a few lines. But through that rehearsal process of doing an actual legitimate production, I felt the community. And I haven't looked back since. And yes, it is the life of a monk, and it is poor. And it's like, there are those successful, lucky ones that enjoy the fruits of the labor. But for a lot of us too, it's just that labor of love. And part of what I've stayed on with Space Command since 2012 for 8 years without shooting anything is you guys, Mark and Elaine, your guys' belief in the project and your dedication to it. I've done a lot of different short films. I've done a lot of independent films. And every time I get involved with the group, it's always the passion of the person running the show, so to speak, that really brings you on board. And I've been in, I'm involved with a production company called Drexel Box, and I was involved with another theater called Unknown. And it was always about the whole of the group was all the individuals coming together to make the big production.
Yes.
And that sense of community is what I love. Do I love being on stage? Do I love the performance aspect? Absolutely. But it's that home. It's almost like that family atmosphere. And it just keeps you going. Because it makes everything else more worthwhile to have that little piece of art in your life.
Yeah, that's great.
Very good.
That's
well,
great.
We are out of time. We're actually running a little into our next thing. So
but I want to thank both of you. You're spectacular in Space Command. We love the work you did in the new episode, and we're thrilled to have more to come, a lot more to come. And you are part of the family. And
Before you die.
Yes, before you die, while you're still ambulatory. Yes, particularly you, Aaron. Yeah, but we love it. And so thanks so much, guys, for being in the episode and for being here today.
Yeah.
And we'll talk really soon. And stay safe, stay well. Okay.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Soon. Take care.
Have our next panelists ready and waiting.
Okay.
Okay.
Yikes.
So you
Okay.
ready to introduce them?
Well, it's yeah, sure. I'll introduce. We're about to talk to. Now we're switching to the basically today has been the actors talking about Space Command. Now we're going to go to another area that I love, which is design, the designs of Space Command. Many of you know that my degree is in painting, sculpture, graphic arts. I was well, for instance, that portrait of Harlan Ellison behind me is one I drew when I was a teenager, etc. So now we're going to talk art and design and all that stuff with two amazingly talented men, Ian McCaig and Eric Rodriguez. And so bring them out from the green room and we'll talk.
Bring him out.
Hello, Eric. Hi. And there's Ian. Look at that. Wow. From the wilds of Canada. Hello, Ian. Good to see you.
How you doing?
Good. Well, first I will show I'm wearing your that's the cover of Space Command issue 2, which is a gorgeous illustration by Ian.
Nice, thanks.
Yeah, it's beautiful, really, truly beautiful. And then this is the issue. This is Space Command issue number 3 with an illustration by Eric that's based on the set he's building for Forgiveness. That's what we're going to be shooting. So pretty cool, guys. And so
how's it going?
Yeah. So hello. So now let's just start. I know well Ian can stay, I guess, for the half-hour part, and then Eric and I will continue from there for another few minutes after that, another half hour.
Sounds great.
So how are you doing, Ian? How's life in the pandemic?
Pandemic. I've been in quarantine for 40 years. What are you talking about? Life isn't that different for me. Obviously, once I go outside, we see everything shut down, and getting a lot of feedback from people who are pretty heavily downtrodden by having to isolate.
Yes. And but before we go much further, I'll show you this. I'll actually take this off the wall. This is the portrait I did of Harlan Ellison when I was a teenager.
That's cool.
Harlan Ellison. Wow.
That photo is the Polaroid. See, I actually drew this twice, one for me and one for Harlan. So the photograph is actually not the same illustration. It's the other copy and he signed the Polaroid for me. So that's pretty fun. And so back in my artist days, and we're actually doing the Art of Mark Zickery book as a digital download for the next Kickstarter campaign. So
nice. What did he say about the portrait?
Yeah, he loved it. It's actually the portrait that's on his website. And so yeah, and and I drew that when I was a teenager. So and I keep wanting you to do my portrait, and maybe we'll trade portraits. I'll do a drawing of you and you do a drawing of me.
Line up. There's a bunch of deadlines at the door, but yes, sure.
But let's talk about our friendship and our working relationship, and then we'll bring Eric into the mix. So how did you first hear about me, and how did we get involved as friends and collaborators?
Well, like you, I have my own projects and things that I'm developing, working on, trying to get off the ground, getting off the ground, all those things. Mm-hmm. And I was working on a show of my own at the time that was set in a post-apocalyptic kind of future where suddenly the rules of science aren't working anymore. Mm-hmm. And I heard through a mutual friend that, wait, no, this guy called Mark Zickery's got something called Magic Time, and it sounds very similar. And I was like, what? So I was actually adapting a project a series of books that have been around for 25 years back then. And so I thought, well, I better call you and tell you it's cease and desist, So I called you, and instead you told me what your series was. And it was just so different and so wonderful that instead of ceasing and desisting, I said, I got to help.
Yeah.
You gotta let me draw this. That's good.
Yeah.
That's how we met.
Yeah.
I don't think I've cease and desisted you on anything ever since then.
No, that's great. Well, earlier, Christina Moses, who's also doing
Yeah.
Space Command. She was, we did a half hour with her today, and you know, we're going to shoot Magic Time. That's the plan. She's still going to play the lead in it, and that's really fun. But yeah, so basically every major project of mine, you've been the designer on, from Magic Time to the Sulu episode of Star Trek. You designed the look of Alana that Christina Moses played, and now on Space Command. So Ian, for those who don't know, Ian is one of the great character designers of all time.
He is.
Darth Maul, Queen Amidala, the Mark IV Hulk, Thanos, on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And so, because at the time with Magic Time, Elaine and I had written the 2-hour pilot. This is before I did the novels, and and I knew I needed concept art, because the people who didn't get what I was talking about needed visuals. And because I'd been a painting, sculpture, and graphic arts major, I could recognize great art from shitty art, and I wanted someone good. And the moment I saw your work, I just knew that you were spectacular.
Oh,
so
thank
it was,
you very much.
yeah,
it is a tough concept to convey. I know we're talking about Space Command today, but you know, when someone's inner archetypical mythic being starts to manifest in their humanly flesh, you know, most people can't visualize that. That's the tough one, especially when your archetype is a dragon.
yes, super fun, super fun. And but yeah, so it's been great. And then with Space Command, you know, you designed the uniforms that our characters wear, which look great, and you even designed an initial version of what ultimately became the alien ship, the golden ship that where the wings come out. And then you just did some designs for the Prophet character, and you did designs for Dor Nevin, of course, and just great stuff. We're gonna do an art book of Space Command, where we'll share all these amazing concept designs you've done and Eric you've done. And let's talk about Eric for a minute. And and Eric and I met, you know, in that Turkish prison, of course. And no, it's
right. Right. You know, right.
Yeah. No, but seriously, there's a great convention called Monsterpalooza, where all the
Monsterpalooza.
Yeah, all the
I do recall.
Yeah, and you had a company, and you had your stuff on exhibit there, and it was just spectacular. So it was about 5 years from when I said I wanted.
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah, it was a great time. I know we talked about for a minute. You're like, we're gonna work together. I'm like, cool. You know, I'm all for it. So, yeah, I do recall that time.
Yeah. So give us a little bit about your background and how you got into this very interesting area of.
So I went to the art school. You know, did 4 years. My major was like just illustration. And so one of my professors came to me and said, you should try entertainment. And I said, okay, as an illustrator. He goes, no, just, you know, sculpture. And so from that point, I just kind of developed some, you know, a portrait. It took, you know, years to develop like a part where I kind of show it to studios. And, you know, luckily enough, I was picked up on for the original Spider-Man to start working for that. It was called Frontline Designs at the time, sculpting some of the characters and such. So, yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I love working with creative people. I think that's what this is all about, you know, being collaborative and get a new vision across from, you know, new species or planets and such. So I'm always thrilled to work on a sci-fi, you know, feature or film and stuff. So it's always fun.
Yeah. And so and Ian, hang on, I'll bring a visual aid. You guys, Ian, talk about yourself. Say something.
Actually, I have some questions.
Okay, let's answer some questions.
Yeah, and for those watching on YouTube, for Ian, we gave him questions in advance, so you had time to prepare for those.
This is one of the this is the creature head, the concept.
Oh, that's a creature head, right?
Yes.
We're building an 8-foot tall creature, and this is Eric's design and his work. But this is the, you know, pretty
spiny monkey cat.
Yeah, right, exactly right.
Great work, Eric.
Monkey.
So the question for Ian is, was there anything you drew inspiration from in designing Dor Nevin?
Oh yeah, the story. It's always the story. That's the whole purpose of concept art, is to serve the story. But we were very lucky in this case because Mark was smart enough to cast Doug Jones.
Yes.
So as well as the story, we had a phenomenal face. So the very first thing, you know, it's kind of like the Boris Karloff Frankenstein monster makeup. The first thing you want to do is not cover up too much of that face.
Yes.
Right? Because it's so expressive and such an iconic bone structure and everything. So a lot of it was, all right, if he's synthetic and if we're going to give the synthetic Doug Jones's face, what can we do to make that feel kind of like a mask on the front of a synthetic body?
Mhm.
And so you notice
Cool, yeah.
that headdress is meant to sort of frame him
Yes.
as if somebody stuck Doug Jones on the front,
Hmm.
and then to pale him up so it gives it a kind of mask, waxy like feel to it all. And like I say, it's a gift. You don't have to do very much, and you were smart enough to not add anything to it. So I think it worked. I think it worked beautifully.
And actually, what we're going to do is, because originally your design, of course, wasn't the helmet; it was a much more organic shape.
And it literally was a frame. It was
Yeah.
pulled right
Yeah.
back to the side of his head.
Right, and our plan is actually ultimately to do that, down the road. Yes, because
That's
the only
cool.
reason the only reason we didn't do it when we were about to shoot was we couldn't get a plausible bald cap to work. And of course, Doug shaves his head when he plays the character.
Yeah, he does actually. Yeah.
But that was the reason. But definitely we wanted.
That would be great, because I think that's a really good look for him. Really iconic.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
terrific.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
and and are there other questions? Go ahead, Adam.
Yes. Next question is, what is your process as an artist in regards to your character designs?
Well, having heard me say story nice and loud, you'll be surprised to hear it. I always read everything first, and try to dream it as you read it. As you right, when you read a book, that's the nice thing about books actually, is that they're inert and there's only half of it there. All the visuals you supply, every reader supplies it by reading the words and conjuring a design in your head. So I just do that. I read your script and I try to supply the images that go with the words you put on the page. And then I lie on the couch, half asleep, because I want to get into I'm serious. I want to get into that dream state. So these days I don't look at the paper. Just enough, out of your peripheral vision that you stay on the page and not drawing your hand and arm. But seriously, I try to just dream it down, dream it as fast as you can. And if you've got a library of images in there, you're going to draw that out. So those ones will look good. If you don't, those ones are going to look really bad, and it shouldn't matter, because that first step is you're just dreaming it down, and it's about capturing passion and imagination. Then when I'm done that, I fall asleep and get back up, look at all the many, many drawings I've done, and see if there's any that are worth pursuing. And if there are, which bits were really badly drawn. And then which badly just means I didn't understand it, right? I didn't know that construction. I didn't get the lighting right. I maybe didn't think through, how to make that even more evil. I just captured the evil that was there. So then I'll go and I'll spend an equal amount of time studying stuff from real life. So in Doug Jones's case, I drew about 100 portraits of Doug Jones from any reference I could get, just to know him,
Very cool.
to know that face. And it's like swatting up for an exam, right? Then suddenly it's in your head. And maybe for only 24 hours afterwards, you can draw it blind. So once you got him, you go back and you do a third drawing. And that's when you bring in the imagination into what you know now about that character, about that person, and you perform it. You actually put them on and you play that character from the inside out. And then you hide those you hide the first two drawings, and everyone thinks you're a friggin' genius.
Well, that's just
great.
Spectacular. That's just great. Yeah, it's I mean, I love your process. I love watching you draw.
Thank you. Well, I promised you classes. So not to advertise too loudly, but starting Monday on a online course called Schoolism, they're bringing out some workshops, and all these is like, Olympic sports people will do a certain set of exercises to warm up and stay in their top condition and all that, and then they go off and do what they're supposed to do. So they asked a bunch of really well-established artists, what do you do? What do you do in the morning? What are your artistic push-ups? And so my artistic push-ups start on Monday, this coming month, tomorrow. And there's a series of them. So Mark, you wanted to know where to start. That's where you start. You just start by warming up and getting those muscles going again. If you can draw Harlan like that in any point in your life, you're going in no time. Seriously.
That's cool. We should try it. Yeah.
Yeah,
that actually.
There's so many other great artists doing their same workouts and stuff there too. So
that's great. Terrific. I'll definitely do that. I mean, I definitely do want to get back to drawing, and particularly when we start pulling, when we start pulling together this art book from my drawings and sculptures and paintings from age 5 to age 22. And fortunately, I improved, so, which is reassuring. But yeah, it's definitely something I want to do again.
Yeah, and it's a muscle that's always there, Mark. I mean, you know, you improve, but then if you don't draw for a little while, you sort of get rusty, and then you start to forget things and stuff. But you pick it up within a couple of weeks.
Yeah. And but so this is great. So Adam, other questions and
actually ties into this next question I was going to ask, which let's ask Eric this one, because Ian, you kind of answered this already.
All right.
What
I'm
advice,
just going to put some light on in here.
Sure. What advice, Eric, would you give to young artists who want to work in TV and film?
I mean, attend, some kind of a art program. I mean, what I think what helps quite a bit is knowing anatomy, knowing a little bit of basics of art, the fundamentals basically.
Yeah,
and
fundamentals are pretty important.
Yeah,
I recommend that if you're going to work in this industry, you learn how to tell a story.
Yeah,
really important. Because if you're going to draw heroes, you got to know what makes a person heroic, right? Yeah. And you also have to know, like, not to apply that as a formula. You'll get a lot of it from the script, but you also, like a good actor, right? You have to know how to bring yourself to the role and offer that to the director, almost like a buffet of different ideas. But you're not just randomly doing one, in this direction and in that direction. They all have to come from you.
Yes.
So you have to learn how to perform. You can only learn how to perform if you learn what a story is and what the role is that you're meant to be performing, right? Because otherwise, everything's just drawn to look cool. And pretty soon, all you get from that is just noise.
Yes.
Right? Because everybody's trying to be cool. So you got to know, this is the supporting character, but here's how they're supporting, right? We play this very soft and gentle to make this space commander look even more tough and unloving. Whereas in fact, if you put him next to some really gnarly creatures, he'd look soft and yummy too. So,
Well, it's funny.
It's all context, right, Mark?
Yeah, no,
absolutely. That's the fun thing with end of the world scenarios, pandemics and things like this. You just shift the context.
Yes.
And things that were invisible to people suddenly stand out in stark relief. All the first responders, all the essential workers, whoever thought much about them, right?
Yes. And well, with Magic Time, it was very much like looking at the world, looking at the world through that lens. And it's funny though, when you're talking about writing for film and TV, drawing for film and TV, designing. When I was a student at UCLA, an art student, there was a job on the job board. There was a film that was going to be done. They wanted samples in the Flash Gordon style. So I don't know if you know this story, but so I drew this.
Nice.
In the Merciless, and I did a color
impersonation. Very nice.
Right. And I drew Flash Gordon, and I drew some things like that, and I didn't get the job. And the movie was a little movie that was just starting up called The Star Wars. And the guy they hired instead of me was Ralph McQuarrie, which was, I think they made the right choice. And
that's a good story.
So that's pretty hilarious. But so it's fascinating because I very strongly believe in design, that on any project, you want to have designs that just take your breath away. And for instance, when we did the Sulu episode and you designed Barbarian George and Anna, Christina Moses.
Well, remember also that was me and Mishi that worked on.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah, that your daughter who's also a talented artist.
Mentor for so long.
Yes.
When she was little, I officially was allowed to bring her to the Star Wars art department, and she actually helped me design one of the Star Wars characters.
Wow, that's great.
Wow, that's cool.
It's weird picking up someone's drawing and not being sure if it's yours or hers.
Huh.
We have the same line weight. We approach drawings the exact same way. So it's really, so that was a fun collaboration. I was glad you let us do it together.
Yeah.
And speaking of collaboration, so in my intro, I did completely design Darth Maul and Queen Amidala and all that. Although again, even there, it's collaboration, right? Yeah. When I drew Darth Maul, he had black feathers, stiffened black feathers on his head. And when that went to Nick Dudman, the makeup artist, he thought they were horns and he made them proper horns.
Oh, I see.
Right? And then Ray Park got in there and gave him his personality.
Yeah.
And then John Williams gave him that music, which gave him a soul.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's always that combination. And it's funny, like on Space Command, I don't feel like I designed the costumes. You've got a costume designer. That's the person who actually has to make it real. But what I do is I design characters.
Yes.
Right. And most of the time, at least in your stories, they're not naked. and so it's only because I know the character that I know what they'd be wearing. So I draw that. And it was a shock to me, actually, when George came up to me one day and said, wow, I really like your costumes. And I thought, well, but I don't design costumes. And he goes,
yes.
These things underneath their chin, you know, what is that? I was like, oh, I guess I do, huh? So, but I'm very proud to be the concept artist and not the costume designer. Costume design is such a skilled job. I mean, they have to know their fabric, they have to know their pattern drafting, they have to know what it looks like under the cameras and all that. I just have to know how to play it for the story and how to put down a red wash.
Yes.
But
also something great about the way you design characters is there's a history to that character. You once talked about, we once had the conversation where you said you don't view it as costume design, you view it as biography.
Absolutely. And I think that's what George responded to as well in Star Wars, because he's a big history fan. He really is. He likes to collect illustration because it's reflective of the time that it was made in, as opposed to the inner wishes of the artist.
Yes.
Right? Fine art. So I like to dream that stuff down, but as well as looking at the stuff I didn't draw very well, I go to the history books. And I think the rule I made for myself is you got to find it in 3 different places, either 3 places around the world or 3 parts of history.
Yeah.
And if you know you find something recurring those 3 times, that it's got to be iconic. So like that white face paint that I put on Queen Amidala. Well, that's geishas, and it's also Mongolian face paint on some of their royalty, and it's also there in Elizabethan England, right? If you think about the lead white face makeup they put on, lead, it was driving them crazy. But it looks royal, so yeah, that's why that's there.
But also something that I find is very, very important writing, but also in really good design, is an element of surprise.
Yes.
You know, where it's like so you'll have a character say something that isn't the thing you've heard a million times before. And in design, it's that same thing, to find something repurposed in a way that you see it fresh.
Yeah.
You know, that's
design-wise, one way to do that is with analogous structures. So for example, we're coming up with an alien planet, right? And yes, sure, we can look at different parts of the Earth. There's some amazing caves no one's seen before, and there's great deserts and things like that. But you can also go into the microverse. You go into those electron microscope photographs, and holy cow, there's so many alien planets in there, right?
Yes.
And it's like that everywhere. If you're smart, you know where to look, and you just be curious about everything. I think you're asking for advice to people. Be a kid, right? Be really curious about anything and everything, and there's nothing off limits to you. There's a job of an artist is to be able to find beauty in everything.
Yes.
Right. So spend time with it, get to love it, get to know it. And you do that by drawing it. You don't do it just by observing, because it's the work. Used to be a good word when I was a kid. Right? I don't know why it's a bad word now, but I think the more you draw something, the better you know it on a cellular level, right? And then the better you can perform it. It never gets boring. Like Mark, you're talking about drawing your face, right? So sure, I draw your face with great joy, because I can draw it 100 times, and each time I'll learn something new about you. And what's fun, the older you get, by the way, is that all the lines, all the shapes in your face, that's the history of who you are imprinted onto you, right? That's what's fun about learning somebody's face. You learn their life, you learn their history without them telling you anything.
Well, it's also you know, it's also about the art of seeing. You know, and it's funny because a few, like they have this incredibly expensive painting that supposedly was a Jesus by Leonardo, and I look at that thing and I don't think it's him, but I mean, I don't think he painted it. I think it's right. But there was a pastel that came on the market, and the question was it an original Leonardo? Now the fascinating thing it was a portrait of a woman, and it was in profile,
I remember this.
it was in pastel. And Leonardo, no one knew that he ever worked in pastel, but I knew the moment I saw it that it was an original Leonardo. And the way I knew was that he had drawn the hair with this intricate braiding, and under the hair you could see the shape of the ear. And it was his eye that I recognized. And it turned out that there was a book, one of his patrons, one of the patrons' daughters was getting married, and they did this big bound book on, and they asked Leonardo to do a portrait of her as the frontispiece, and somebody took a knife in recent decades and cut that out of the book and was copying it on the open market. But they were able to verify that it was an authentic Leonardo drawing in a medium that no one had ever seen him work in before, and of course it was a master.
So speaking of other artists, that actually leads me into.
Before we do that question,
yes.
So I just want to one more thing to up and coming artists that they should learn, and it has to do with Eric, right? Because drawing is one small aspect of being able to do a drawing. The other is knowing the three-dimensionality of it, knowing the planes, knowing the shapes. The only way to do that is to sculpt it. Duh. So anyone who wants to become an illustrator or a concept artist, get some Sculpey, get some Roma Plastilina, learn how to make armatures and start sculpting your faces. Because what I learned about that from when I first started sculpting is that that's a drawing, right, with the sculpture. And you turn it just a fraction of an inch, there's another drawing. There's another one. But like puzzles, they all have to fit perfectly together. And that's how you learn. That's the very best way to learn drawing is from sculpt. And the best way to learn visual storytelling is to do some animation.
Yes.
Right? Because then you learn that there's no such thing as a static pose, right? That it came from somewhere. Well, actually, in this case, it came from here. And then I went back. So you know from my stance, resting on the back of my heels, that I just moved back. And I'm going somewhere. And you should be able to tell that from the pose too. Usually from the head, because the head leads before the body follows. And the eyes lead before the head turns. So check someone's eyes and you can usually tell where they're going next.
Yeah, that's great. And so Adam, what was the question?
Yes, the question is, because you're talking about other artists like, Leonardo, who are some of your favorite artists who inspired you? And this is for both Ian and Eric.
Eric, do you want to go first? I've been yakking enough here.
I think that the people that inspired me were like Brahm. He's like an illustrator that I love as a student. Obviously, the classics, Bernini, very traditional sculpture and very sort of textile. I would say those are big influences in my just development as an artist in the film industry.
Nice. I'll tell Brahm you said that.
Oh, thanks.
I
love Brahms stuff, man.
He's a
Great stuff.
Guy, yeah. And
he's got such a visual style, It's just
I'm kidding.
When I did see that, you just like start thinking of worlds where they're from. They're like ecosystems and stuff. So I love his stuff.
Of course, he's a great writer too.
Awesome.
Many novels out now, and it's seamless from his art. For me, I had. Well, I lived in America, North America, most of Canada, up until I was 18. And then suddenly my parents moved us all over to Scotland. So up until I was 18, my heroes were, Frank Frazetta, James Bama, Norman Rockwell.
Oh, right, yeah, Frazetta.
Right? And every Marvel comic I could get my hands on, and Jack Kirby was king, and, and then all the different people who drew Superman, because I love Superman. Right, so that was growing up, and then at 18, this is 1974. This is the year Nixon got impeached. That's how long ago it is. And by the way, funny story about that. Literally, the day he got impeached, I got on the plane, and so the news at the newsstands at the airport was all the falling of an iconic president. It was all very respectful. And then I get off the plane in Scotland, and there's the Daily Mail. It's like, Tricky Dicky gets caught in his own tape. It was a real culture shift, right, in the way people saw things. But in 74, there's no internet. In 74, there's not a lot of sharing. So nobody knew who Norman Rockwell was, or Frank Frazetta, or James Bama. Nobody. And there were no images of them available in Great Britain or Scotland at all. So suddenly they were, and comics, forget it, right? If you want to get a comic, it's Dan Dare. And that's pretty much it. 2000 AD, I'm not even sure that was available to me back then. So I was cut off. And what I did is I had to reach out and refine my heroes in Britain. And so I found Arthur Rackham, you know, and I found Edmund Dulac, and I found John William Waterhouse, and I suddenly got into the Pre-Raphaelites, and it's like this whole European thread came in and just mingled with all the ones I had from before. And that kind of, for a long time, that was how I defined myself, was this weird style, right? The mix of the two. And drawing, I'd have my drawing board, and I'd have like all my Rockwell books that I finally managed to get, and I'd have my Arthur Rackham's, they'd all be covering me like a frame around my drawing board. And it was not there to copy, it was there to remember how good you had to be, right? And what you're inspired by. And then one day, I think I was painting some grass, and I was like, oh shit, how would Rockwell paint grass? So I'm flipping through his book, trying to find grass, and I look up over the top of the book, and there's a whole field of it outside my window. So I picked up my watercolors and my paper, and I went out and I lay in the grass for a couple of hours and painted some grass. And when I came in, I put all the books away, and I've never opened them again for a drawing. My drawing board is only me and my drawing board. And if I need to know something, I go and study it. I don't look at the other artists, because it's processed information, right?
Yes.
And that's good. It's good for when you start. Don't be afraid, everybody, if you're just starting. Don't be afraid to copy your heroes. Just don't claim it as your own. And at some point, be willing to let it go and trust who you are.
Yes.
That's right, Mark. That's the one true thing you have to offer the world, is who you are.
Yes. There's the thing I love about the present day as opposed to the past is that authenticity is valued on the internet. And the reason I've been able to raise the money for Space Command is because people recognize the authenticity in me and in the work. And that's also true in art. You have to honor who you are. And it has to come from here. You know, Ray Bradbury, as you know, was my mentor and dear friend. And again, he always said, look inside, don't look outside, look inside. But he meant artistically, of course. And you know, and that's great. Oh, by the way, Ian, one thing I wanted to show you, I don't know if you've seen this before. You were talking about my face and how the ravages of time have made it what it is now. This, my friend, is me at 17. Look at that.
Oh, your live cast. You're right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I got that top.
So now we can do a prosthetic. We could use that one, Mark, to do a prosthetic or something.
Yeah, we could. Well, that's how I made that mask of that creature that's in my place. You know,
that's awesome. Yeah, I do recall that, a mask. Yeah.
I took the mask making class when I was 17, and they made that cast of me. So
so you were 16 for that live cast?
Yeah, 17.
Oh, 17. That's cool. Yeah, that looks awesome.
This is.
I mean, it's well kept. You know, you can still see the live cast. It's well kept. Yeah.
It's nice. Well, it's very heavy.
Yeah, cool.
What's Ian gonna bring? We'll see what he comes up with.
He's got some cool.
Okay. What do we got?
Just like you. I got.
Oh, he's got a live cast too.
I got myself cast back then too.
Wow! Look at that.
There you go.
That's great.
Right, this is me, maybe mid-20s.
Wow. Yeah.
Cool, man.
Still looking good.
Yeah, there you go.
And by the way, I highly recommend everyone tries this, because it's quite an experience to have your face completely covered and your nose blocked, all kinds of great stuff, right?
Yeah. That's great. Well, that's
the
terrific.
thing I want to show you is, so
awesome.
I don't collect art. I collect sculptures. Art is too similar to what I do, to illustrations, and so I would just stare at them all day if they were on the wall. So unlike you, my walls are bare, as you can. That's it. However, sculptures inspire me, no end. And so I have a whole room full. I would have brought Sean Connery through and Natalie Portman, but I get sued for that. So, but this.
Wow.
Oh yeah, nice.
This was the Frankenstein monster from the ILM, Frankenstein and the Wolfman digital film that we never got made.
Wow.
A sculptor called Frank Gravatt did this just beautiful Frankenstein monster.
It's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
So there's a whole bunch of those. I'll show you sometime.
How fun. How fun. Well,
awesome.
when the pandemic's over, I'll have to come up to Canada and
When you're allowed to cross the border. I don't think we're letting you guys in.
no, nor should you, considering what America's like at the moment. So now, Ian, I don't know how long you can stay. I know you had a certain.
I should probably go. Yeah, if you can hear the snarling, that's the deadlines at the door. And it's just for some reason it all collided this weekend.
Yes.
So I'm sorry I can't stay any longer. But I did watch the show. I did very, very much. You know, very clever.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
it was fun.
You should be proud of that, coming up with that idea.
Yeah. Well, before you go, I want to introduce someone you may recognize. It's the wife.
Hi, Elaine.
Hey, there's Elaine.
Elaine, do you ever call him the husband?
Yes.
Yes.
There's Elaine. Hey, Elaine's right there.
Yeah, when we first got together, she used to call me the kid. And I liked that. And we just celebrated our 43rd anniversary. So
congrats,
cool, man. Yeah.
And in a town where that is quite a feat.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's been great having you, Ian. And of course, we'll talk soon. There's a lot more adventures coming. And you are a dear person and dear friend and a brilliant artist.
Bless you, and thank you for letting me come aboard the adventures. Both of you. It's been a lot of fun. So more ahead.
Yeah.
All right, time to fight deadlines.
Yes, see you soon. And
all right, guys.
Talking with you, Eric. So because we have a few more minutes to talk with you, Eric. And
catch you later, folks.
Yeah, bye. Talk soon.
Yeah.
Great, amazing artist. Okay, great. So here we are with you, Eric. And so
I haven't seen you guys in a long time.
No, do you recognize us anymore? Yeah,
I know. Yeah, I was like, is Elaine wearing she looks so younger now. You guys look younger now.
Yeah. Well, she's draining my life force. So I wake up older and she wakes up younger. So, but yeah. So let's just go over a little bit about all of the things you're designing for Space Command, because it's quite remarkable.
Well, and what's been, I think, the most exciting is when we would start to talk design. It would never be solely design, but we'd be talking the entire culture, and so we would be talking story and culture, and it never came from simply something that would be interesting, but it came from what would be real to you.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So what initially did draw you into this? Because it seems to be ever expanding.
You know what? As a kid, I was always a creative person. I mean, as like 5 years old, I was always picking a pen and had a lot of energy. But I was interested in animals when I was a kid. I think I remember my mom bought me like this coloring book, and I said I want the animal book because I want to study the way they move. And so what I used to do, I used to tracing paper, and I would just draw these animals to understand the movement. How they move. Because to me, it was always like, where's my inspirations from nature? For me, it's like the sea life. It's that's kind of our, I think, present aliens right now. They have, especially when you go like in the hundreds and thousands of feet down, you have the luminescing fish, angler fish.
Yeah.
So a lot of sea stuff that I'm really attracted to when it comes to design. I mean, if you look at the character that we have now, there's a lot of sea stuff. Like just the way he looks, very crustaceous kind of feel.
Yes. Well, it's fun because initially I was very taken with the creatures you had on exhibit at Monsterpalooza, and but it took, as you say, it took 5 years to finally get the money together where we could really, and now you're building the creatures, two 8 foot tall creatures for us, the Passara.
8 foot tall creaters, correct? Right? Yes.
And then Elaine had the brilliant idea of saying, "Hey, how'd you like to build sets?" And design and build sets.
And now that's what's cool. I like that. I mean, as an artist, I always feel like in art school that was like just be just kind of focus on one thing. But I was always like, I want to expand. The idea is to expand your horizons. As an artist, you have to explore. That's the reality.
Well, but you're doing a great job, because then again, so you're designing the interior of the alien spaceship, and you've also designed an exterior of it as well, and you're designing and helping with Tony Shand to build the Space Command futuristic car, which
I know, I know, and believe me, those things you gotta pause because it's like the brain works, and you're like, I have so many ideas from it's ever evolving.
Yes.
In reality, it's either getting better, you just get better ideas, you just kind of energies come within that project, and you're like, because the car could be so much more now than what it was a couple of months ago. I mean, we could expand now. We're getting into more digital. You can scan the car. They're so different. I mean, that thing will look like we have a cool ass car.
Yes.
for a
It's gonna be
convention
good.
or something like that. We could take it on. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
fun.
And
Yeah.
so, well, it's, and so, I mean, so we really love the job you're doing, and because,
Thanks. Appreciate that.
yeah, and because of the way we work, as you can even see with my relationship with Ian, the way we work is I find talented people and then I give them more and more interesting things to do. You know,
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's what's cool about. I mean, I like the challenges. You know, because I worked in so much TV, and you got, you know, feature films. It's a different speed as far as, you know, the time they give you. TV is so rapid. We're like, okay,
Yes.
Creature has to be done within the next 4 days or 2 days, and then you have feature films where they give you months of development of like exploration. And I think this is why I like Space Command. I mean, the idea is it's a challenge, but we always evolve and get better ideas, and that's why I like, you know, working with you guys, because you guys are collaborators.
Yes.
It's a thinking tank, and then from that thinking tank we get the best ideas and bring them almost like a recipe, you know, a recipe for something that people haven't seen. So yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very
No,
fun.
it's great. It's great that whatever I say, well, here's a greater challenge. You say, oh, that's wonderful.
Let's do that.
Instead of like, it's
Yeah, you know, I come from the school of the '80s. They were like there's a story of Steve Johnson, right? You know, he was designed the Abyss for James Cameron, correct? And so James goes, "Can you make the job?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." So he gets back to the studio and he says, he goes, "How are we gonna do this?" He wants it translucent, you know, and ETs that could fly like ethereal, floating with lights. So that was the challenge. I think that people, you know, no matter what the budget, it's just the challenge. How do you deconstruct that and make it into something, a piece of art that people could see? So I think that's why I like this project quite a bit. It's a challenge, you know, because I like getting challenged. I think that brings me back to when I was a kid, you know, like, oh, I got a new book. Let me study that.
Yes.
Let me divulge all this information or techniques that maybe another artist is using. We could use here too. So
yeah,
it's fun. Yeah.
And also, you know, one of the things I really like is, someone once asked me the secret of my success, and I said, I don't give myself an out. And as a result, if I say I'm going to do something, I have to do it. But the fun part of that is it takes all the pressure off whether or not you're going to do it, how hard you're going to work. It's like, it doesn't matter how hard I have to work. We're getting to the end of this road here. You know, it's like, and that was the fun part about Ripple Effect. It's like, okay, well, we're under lockdown. Okay, let's do a new episode of Space Command. You know, from beginning to end, it took 2 months to do a 2-hour episode with everyone shooting in their own home. It's like, cool. And, you know, so, and with Forgiveness, where you're building the creature and building the alien spaceship and all that, it's like, okay, we don't need to know where we're going to get to ultimately. We just have to start the journey. And as we find better ideas, we just keep refining it, and then we have something really cool.
And I like that, you know, I think a lot of the times, you know, people realize it's the time that give you to develop, because I mean, like, it's like anything, like sculpture's ever evolving. You know, if I sculpt something like, you know, 6 months ago to now, my energy is different now, you know, so I could utilize whatever. I was walking in the park and I see this cool flower, and I use just the wrinkles of that into the piece. And to me, that's what you have to create from. You just grab from everywhere. You know, it could be a person, or walk in the park, you see, like, you know, colors of flowers and plants. And to me, that you always keep it fresh, and like, your surroundings are the best thing you could have. I mean, nature anyway. I think that's. I always go back to nature and every like design. Like, well, what would this look like?
Yes.
Nature.
Well, see, the problem with so many designs in TV and film is they're just ripping off other things, and so they're doing
correct.
Versions.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Let's rip off H.R. Giger or whomever. You know, it's like, no, let's see what we haven't seen before. Let's come up with stuff that's cool and fresh, and you find those things, and that doesn't mean you always succeed, but you at least start with that determination. You know, and
correct.
And again, you know, because of my artistic background, you know, I know what I like when I see it, you know?
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
that's what's cool about you guys. You guys just kind of like, you guys are visual directors, and I like that. Even, I mean, you know, you just know what it's a feel more like. I always feel like when we have a meeting, it's like a gut feeling, like that it should go that route.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, one thing that a professor told me, just go with your gut feel. This art is internal, you know, it's always internal, whatever. You know, whatever the case may be, but internalize, and then you kind of like, you know, study, and then you gather information, and the pencil starts doing it by itself. You know, it's a state of mind, obviously, for sure. I feel like.
No, it's great.
Yeah,
so
especially when you say, well, it can't be a person in a suit. You can't look like a person in a suit.
It can't look like a person in a suit, even though it is a person in a suit.
Yeah, I like, and that was the challenge. I was like, okay, this is kind of takes us back to like American Werewolf in London. We have the the wolf, and so I'm like, that's cool. I want that because I want to break the silhouette.
Yeah.
We're 2020. Let's break a silhouette with different types of creatures, and these will move. And it'll be like it's tangible too. It's not CG.
Yeah,
you're gonna be able to touch it and see the skin, and it's gonna be cool.
Because CG is done, usually it's done badly, and and now people say, well, it's not real, and whereas if there's something physical, it's different. It's just different. And
I mean, like it's so different. I don't know if it's you can't, because I do digital sculpting. You can't beat that. The hand texture, the hand. Just the hand has something that digitally doesn't have. It's a soul. It's like from the mind to the hand and stuff. So. And computer's a different thing. I'm like, I could never do it for a while. I was like, this is not what I'm traditional, Give me clay, give me a block of clay, and I can start sculpting and getting real material. So doing digital, it's like, it throws me off a little bit. It's like my equilibrium has to be like, wait, what? I'm gonna push a button for this. Where's my tool? Where's my, my chisel where I can start sculpting out? And it's fun though. I mean, I like the challenge of, I think new technology is great because we could always utilize it to some degree with the practical.
Yes, and but now Adam, are there other questions? Just to ask to see if there are any questions, because I want to make sure that.
Go ahead.
Okay, fine. We'll just keep talking.
So
what do you think of those Dodgers?
With the creatures.
I know, right?
That we're supposed to be, because of our current society, where you're supposed to start out with our creatures of seeing them as frightening and grotesque. And then as you look at them further and you start to have the ability to
have empathy,
for them.
With the Pissarro, with 8-foot tall guys.
Where you start to say, oh, wait, there's really sensitivity and beauty there, where you
because we're going
from one side to another.
Because we find out about the harvesters, who are a parasitic species, but so when we initially encounter the Pissarro, one of them has been taken over by a parasitic species. So it's not typical of its race, which we discover in time. And so again, there's so many interesting challenges in this stuff. And then
I think with once we have the suits, once they start practicing, I think it's gonna be through body language how they interpret that where they're not vicious, but they were smart species, but they look a certain way. And so I think it's going to be through movement, and that's going to be obviously. I think Steve and the creature performers are going to be able to do that because they got to be able to move. I mean, that's a massive thing when you see it's like it's kind of like this bison, this huge like animal. It's pretty intense.
Yes,
but it's going to be fun though. I mean, I can't wait to show you guys. So
cool.
Like,
that's great. I mean, that was the thing that we're drawn to. I mean, you have a lot of skill, but mostly you have like a tremendous amount of passion.
Yes.
And there's nothing that puts us off more than someone who's just going in to make a buck.
Yeah. Well, also it's like you discover people who speak your language, and that's
correct. Yeah.
Like when Ian and I, clicked. I mean, it was from the beginning we clicked. And this is the next guy who hired him after I hired him for Magic Time. The next guy who hired him was George Lucas, and it was
nice.
Because we were doing design stuff on Magic Time, and Ian started talking about, well, how about like facial tattoos? And we never ultimately got to that point of the design, but then that went right into Darth Maul. When
very much. You can see like the whole pattern,
But we
at some point it was like a serpent kind of thing too.
Yeah,
so
but it was
you can see like some kind of pattern. That's amazing. That's a cool design.
Yeah, but again, I recognized Ian's ability before George Lucas. So that was, again, you find the people who have the skill. And so when I met you, I thought, okay, I like this guy's work because it's not like everyone else's. It isn't just, derivative.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because, working in feature films, we had it's like a tempo. And I was like, well, let's break that. Like the reality is like, why not push ourselves? I mean, from the 80s to 2020.
Yes.
Well, let's use some of those skills, but let's improve. I think. Yeah. And to me, it's always been like, I know what a zombie looks like. I sculpted one, like, maybe like 100, 200, zombie sculpts or whatever.
Yes.
But I'm like, let's touch the unknown. I think that, and then the reality, people are going to be a little more like, what was that? What kind of species of animal was that? I mean, it throws you back to your psyche because you haven't seen it, but there's elements of existing creatures in that whole, in the whole creature itself. So
I have a question. I'm going to modify it a bit so it's more Space Commandish, because it's more because the question was about Spawn, but question is from Dr. Essex. who asks basically about the how do you get a creature to film from drawing it to putting it in the film? What's the process like?
Yeah.
You need a 3D printer going forward.
Well, so I mean, we can talk about our process in this because I think that's
pretty much. Yeah, I mean, our process basically starts with the actor coming in. We do like a whole live cast of them.
Well, but but it's way back before that because we actually start with the conversation and
yeah, with the obviously conversation,
right.
right? The concept work, right?
Because you did a number of designs where it was like, no, that's not what I want, and what I try to do is I'm not super I don't micromanage. You know, it's sort of like I know.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's a cool thing about you. You're like, well, that's your gift, or
right.
and so you kind of But I like that you're always looking at, okay, can we do this where it needs to happen?
Right.
Changes, and I like that. That's cool.
Right, because the initial designs were very bipedal, and I said, no. I want something that doesn't look. I want something I haven't seen before. And
yeah, I agree. You call it. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and then you came up with the design that we currently have, which I loved. And you had these quills coming out the back, and this really interesting silhouette. Because again, Guillermo told me that one thing he learned from James Cameron was it's about the silhouette. The details
very
are great,
much so.
it's the silhouette that tells you it's not human, and that was of course the case in Alien. The alien creature is a great design. And but so once you got the initial concept sketch and we started talking about different patterning and so forth, then you did the maquette, then you sculpted the maquette, and then we started casting the actors, the performance actors, to do the
performance act. Correct.
Yeah.
Now we've been talking about art which is abstract. Do you have anything like right handy where you could do some show and tell?
Oh well, yeah. We only have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, and we only have 5 minutes.
Yeah,
I wonder if you have anything that would be grabbed hand.
No, well, yeah. Or if you don't, that's fine. I have the maquette over there, but it's kind of like behind.
Yeah. Remember, we did the maquette, and then I know we went back and forth on the paint job.
Yeah.
You went more subtle. It was like this subtlety, almost like an angler fish. I think we went with the pattern.
Yeah.
And I know I painted bright. You're like, no, bring it down. I was like, when I did the changes, you're like, you know what? That's just it just hit the mark.
Yeah.
And so I felt like that. It's subtlety. It's never. Then it becomes too theatrical.
Yeah.
Subtle is like for film is always king because it looks like something. It looks something more of a believable, more that has a breathing skin.
Right. And then of course, once you transition from the maquette, which is yay big, to a full size 8-foot tall thing that
we start sculpting, correct,
that a human being has to fit into and be able to move via leg and arm extensions, then you start making changes to it just from the necessity of it being a physical mechanism that an actor's got to operate essentially. And but then it starts to become, okay, we're going to then pattern it and color it. And then you and I have been talking about, well, do we put lights internally or lights along those quills? How are we making it visually interesting? Because then you start to think about it within that spaceship set, and then you've got light, you've got fog. And so then how does that creature become really cool looking within that lighted space? And then we start to have those conversations with David Bartlett and our line producer, well, the producer, but he's basically running that production, the physical production, and then Massimiliano Trevis, who's our DP, and then we start talking about color palette of both the creature and the ship, and then it becomes a relationship between the physicality of the set and the physicality of the creature interacting with our actors, and then you're talking also about the frame that you're shooting and how that's going to work, and so that all becomes very, very interesting and very it's a conversation where all these different pieces inform each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Start making choices. Guillermo, when I was working with Guillermo on the book, he chooses a color palette, and you can see in many of his films the color palette is blue offset with gold, but in Shape of Water, he was choosing mainly that green that shows up over and over again in the sets and in the car, the Cadillac.
Right.
But then everything's green except Doug is blue with gold highlights, and again.
Correct. Yes.
So he really pops out of that green, because he's visually different. And then
and I think we're gonna get to that point. So now we have skins and everything. So
and
looking at a maquette is like this small, right? So when we look at the bigger piece, I made skins already. So now I'm gonna start doing, because we have most of the mechanism for her stilts. We're doing the 8-leg extend. I'm just waiting for her to respond back. So I could get in the studio, put the muscle suit on. So and then we can start doing the test of movement. And after that, we'll sit down. I mean, either a Zoom or physical. I'll bring some real, like how this is a massive creature. It's massive. So so I'm gonna bring some bigger swatches of paint so you guys could be like, what do you guys think? And now we see that, and we see it more on a bigger scope.
Yes, but the fun part, of course, when we were talking about that, is I owned a Saint Bernard at one point, and the interesting thing about the Saint Bernard is,
damn, really, that's cool.
Yeah, when she was walking on all four legs, you know, her back would come up to about like my shoulder level, so you could just pet her. You wouldn't have to reach down to pet her. You'd just pet her like that. But every now and then she'd stand up on and put her paws on my shoulders, and then she was taller than me.
Yeah, she's huge, like bears. They're really massive.
Yes, and so the fun part, it was like, and she was very lean, so she had kind of a very lion silhouette. But with the creatures that you're making, when they're walking on all fours, they're going to be about at eye level of a human. But then when they stand up on two, you know, then they're going to be
massive,
8 feet tall, right? So you have two basic levels that they can operate at. That's going to be very, very interesting. And so
and that's the thing, you know, because we figure let's build everything, because this way we'll understand.
Yes.
And we've been studying like the movement of a bison.
Yes.
Because bison, like, because I was looking at the creature, I was like, well, it looks more like more of a bison anatomy as opposed to a wolf, because he's got a big hump, right?
Yes.
And so that helped us just to kind of develop the stilts. When she comes in,
cool.
I mean, she's gonna be massive. You know, she's like about 6 feet, so she'll be about eight, maybe 3. So it's gonna be a massive, and it's got these quills. I mean, it's gonna be really cool. I mean, we're gonna, you know, I was telling you the last conversation we had, we might have like an luminescing like brain maybe or something like that. We could throw some kind of lighting like on the head.
Absolutely.
So maybe when it's mad or it starts thinking, there's like more like brain, you know, waves kind of happening just a little bit more. So we could play with ideas, and that's what's cool about the project. You always you know, we're pushing the envelope to bring something different and cool.
And the lovely thing now is we have the luxury of time. You know, with Space Command, it's always like, well, how long is this going to take? Well, it's going to take until we get it right. You know, it's like,
and I like that. I mean, it's like a painting. You know, it's like you gotta get it like it's a journey, and I like that. I like the journey.
Yeah, and the other part of it is, of course, it's when it clicks, it's like, whoa, is that great? You know, is that fun? And you know, and so you have to have that bold approach, you know, but it's really, really fun. And again, when you talk about these, and again, one of the ways we're going to be shooting this, because Elaine and you and I and our stunt guy have been talking about how to shoot this creature. So in some cases, it'll just be an arm extension in the frame, or a leg, you know, part of the creature, a head.
Yeah, part of the creature, right.
And
so you know, with that said, I was developing, because it's tricky. Usually we have like 3 suits per a stunt.
Yes.
So on this one, you know, the obviously the task was, how do we make a suit that does like stunts, you know, close up? So it's gonna be, so the idea is to develop in a way where she gets out quicker, but also she has more movement. And so that's kind of the tricky part, just how to develop. And I like it though, because this way it pushes us to have that suit for a while.
Yes.
Until obviously it'll be repaired. That's like anything, but at least we have one suit that will really, we could also push it to the limit and really do some cool designs and patterns and make it to build quite, you know, for some time.
Yes.
So it is 2 things. It is 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And the other thing is there's no other panels after this. So there's literally nothing saying you can't continue, but you know,
I think we can wrap it up at this stage, because this is just the beginning.
That's
We can always do this again, and we will be.
Awesome.
But I thought it was really fun to end with a panel with you and Ian to basically be talking design, because we haven't been talking about any of that stuff throughout the entire day. We've been talking about performance. And again, one of the super cool things about science fiction is you've got wonderful characters, but you also have wonderful eye candy, you know, or as Guillermo calls it, eye protein, you know. So
it's so true. It's so true. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and I think we have a good vision, you know. I think we're in the right place. So we just have to keep trucking through and, you know, developing new. Like I'll show you some stuff I've been doing tests on, like having the creatures like have this like kind of protein, how they eat.
Wow.
But I'll show you a test. I'll show you some cool weird things that could just pop in it. Because how do they eat? I mean, that's always a big thing to me. Like, well, they have to eat something. I mean, how do they maintain their substance to keep going? And
Sure.
in this world. So
Yeah, and that can be a great product tie-in, you know, that people can then buy.
exactly. Buy your own kit, your own space, you know, bizarre like kit or something.
Alien food. And
Exactly right.
yeah, well,
It's
but
good for you. Yeah.
yeah, but this has been great, Eric. It's great seeing you and having you on, you know, talking about the process. And yeah, we look forward to anything you want to show.
Likewise, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been thrilled, man. I'm super happy to be a part of it, and you know, I like working with you guys. I think you know, in the design aspect, you guys know what you want.
Yeah.
You guys, that's cool. You guys are. It's about the details, and you guys
Yeah.
pick the right details for certain things, and I like that because it's like I would have gone that route. You know, let's keep pushing now to see what else we could build with this time that we have. So yeah, it's fun.
We're gonna have great times ahead. So, well, thanks so much for that. And this is the end of our Space Command One Day Command.
Oh, that's cool. Awesome. All right, guys, have a good one. Thanks for we'll be in contact. See ya.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, likewise. All right, bye.
Bye. Okay, great. And but so in conclusion, we're going to be continuing the convention. There's Eric again. We're going to be continuing the convention over the next couple of weeks. So we're going to be doing a lot of spotlights on our different actors, different aspects of Space Command. So every day we'll be posting something really interesting. So definitely stay tuned. And as I say, we're going to be launching a crowdfunding campaign very shortly with you know, with all sorts of surprises. And so just stick around, and there's much more to do and to be. And so Adam, I don't know if you're still there or if you've gone.
Oh, I'm still here. Yeah.
Oh, great. So, well, first of all, I want to thank you, Adam, and David Bartlett for moderating and for being part of this. So David was the unsung hero as well. And so David Bartlett and our whole team, I want to thank everyone who's part of our team and all of our actors, and Dave Edison, the Iron Giant of Space Command. It's
our editor.
Dave was working around the clock, and Dean Hovey, our sound designer, and David Rakelin, who did the music. And it took a wonderful team because the way I work is I'll say something totally crazy, and my team will go, "Are you out of your mind?" And I'll say, "No, this is what we're going to be doing." And then they all realized I'm serious. And so we went from zero, nothing on the page about 2 months ago to where now we have a finished 2-hour episode. So I'm thrilled. And so thank you so much for everyone who's helped, and for you, Adam and David and everybody. And so so that's the end of the Space Command Convention for today, but tell your friends, we're going to be doing a lot more, and Ripple Effect will be posting and making available as a download and all sorts of stuff. So thank you, Adam, and thank you everyone who's been part of this, and we will talk to you again really soon. Bye, guys.
Bye.